It has been posted on the website since September 18th, 2018.
Okay, thank you. All right, if you'll call the roll.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Joe Begley. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Here.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett.
Here.
Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here. Is your belief that we have a quorum, correct?
It's my belief that we have a quorum.
All right, great. We can proceed. At this point, I'm going to ask Commissioner Bobby Wood to lead us in a prayer, and then if you'll stand following the prayer for a pledge to the flag. Mr. Wood.
Sure. Bow with me. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for this day, and we just thank you for the opportunity to be here and represent this great state. And we just ask you to be with us and lead, guide us, and direct us as we do the work today. These things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bobby. All right, up next is to approve today's agenda. An agenda has been presented. Are there any additions or modifications anyone would like to make?
I'd like to, I know we're going to be talking about the rule changes, but I didn't see it on the agenda, so I just wanted to make sure. And would that go under the director's report maybe?
It could go under
commission
probably commission discussions.
discussions? Okay. And the second thing is I wanted us to discuss signs on offices. And that could be under commission discussion also. And then also, I would like for us to talk about the John Toon Award.
Bill Toon.
I said John, but it's Bill, isn't it? Yes. Sorry, the Bill Toon Award.
Any objection to any of those items being added? All right, without objection, they're on the agenda. Other items, commissioners?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Wood. The agenda be adopted as amended. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Next up is to approve last month's minutes. Hopefully you've had a chance to review those. Is there a motion or discussion?
I'll make the motion to approve, but I'll have one change here in a minute. I want to see
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Moffitt. Now, Mr. Wood.
On page 4 at the very top, it was just where we talked about we had continued discussion on working with the state of Tennessee's IT department to add firms, and it was also and to add brokers' names. So I just want to add and brokers' names.
Objection to that? Okay, that'll happen. Other adjustments?
I'll just need to recuse myself since I was absent.
Okay. And finally, Ms. Matlock or Ms. Maxwell, so the minutes say we started at 8:30 when in fact we started closer to 9. Do we care about that?
We'll change it. We'll make a change to the
I'm not trying to be too picky, but I don't think it
No,
makes a bit of...
thank you for catching that.
Okay. So with that change as well, the motion is to approve the agenda with 2 changes. Any other discussion? If not, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
I have 2 questions.
With the
on
exception, let me
just
say
questions since I wasn't here.
You can ask. I just want to make sure the vote reflects the fact that Ms. Franks did not participate in the vote.
There was one that we deferred, Jeffrey Gade, because of his CE, and I just wondered what the status of that one was.
Okay, so I actually, we put a note under my report to do an update on that.
Okay.
I can go ahead and give that now. You won't see him this month because he has not completed the education still. So if he wants to move forward with renewing and becoming retired, he has to do the education. So that's why he's still not on the agenda because that has not been completed yet.
So I refresh my memory. I just read the minutes. So did we give him 90 days to do that?
I don't know that we gave a time. I had asked
Okay.
the commission to remove that one from the agenda and remove it from something that I presented because when I reviewed it and looked at everything, I saw that he had not done the education. So it didn't seem appropriate to approve him for a medical waiver because his fees will continue to increase until that education is done and he won't be able to move forward with renewal or renewing and then retiring. So
And then the second question from the minutes was Philip Johnson. There was a $450 late penalty and $80 for the renewal. And did he do that?
he has
Completed it.
I can double check, but I believe that on that one the commission didn't fully waive the fee. I want to say that
I think we
they-
waived
It
about
was-
half of it.
half of it. Yes,
That was a solution that he had proposed and we
yes,
agreed with.
and
So it was
I
$450 plus the 80. I just wondered, did he pay it?
yes, I believe he did. I can double check.
Okay.
I was talking, I believe it was with Aaron, but I'll check that he's renewed now
Okay.
and confirm before the meeting's over.
Right. Good vote. You did get your questions answered. We're ready to move on. Next up is our two informal appearances. Ms. Hesselrode, did I say that correctly? Yes, sir. Okay. If you would come up with your proposed principal broker to these two chairs right here. And before you sit down, when you both get up here, Ms. Matlock, our law director, will swear you in. I did, Ahmad, if you listen to what I'm about to say, it's going to apply to you as well, okay? The procedure goes something like this. Ms. Maxwell is going to read in a brief summary of why you're here. Once that summary is read into the record, Ms. Hesselrode, you'll get to speak as much as or as long as you want to about what caused you to be here and what you've been doing since then and why you want to be in real estate, whatever you want to talk about. The floor is yours. Following that, commissioners can ask you any questions they would like. And once they're through asking you questions, sometimes there are none, sometimes there are a bunch, okay? We'll go to the principal broker and ask her to explain why she'd like to have you affiliated with her company. And there may be questions for the broker as well. And there may be more questions for you, but at some point, we will take a vote to allow you to go forward to get your license or not, okay? So with that said, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. Before you, you have applicant Betsy Hesselrode and her principal broker, Jen Lucy. Ms. Hesselrode has taken the real estate exam. Her principal broker, Jen Lucy, has been a broker since November 2013 and was first licensed in August 2005. The firm is the Jones Company of Tennessee, LLC. A summary of the disciplinary is disciplinary of law license. Her statement and a letter of recommendation can be found on your iPad.
Thank you. All right, you have the floor. Tell us what happened.
I've been licensed as an attorney since 2003, had never had any disciplinary issues or problems during my practice of law. We moved to Middle Tennessee about 6 years ago, and about 3 years ago, while I was working for a person, I had a very abusive and traumatic work experience there, and subsequently left that firm and also the practice of law. And over the past 3 years, I've spent most of my time healing, getting some therapy, just getting myself back. And I have not practiced law since then. During that time, because I wasn't working, I wasn't able to work, I didn't have the financial means or frankly, the mental ability to work or to make a lot of money. So I fell behind on some of my, all of my actual continuing education credits. I was not practicing law at the time. And so, part of my journey has been, seeing other available venues. My husband has worked for the Jones Company in their IT department for many years, and I've grown to know them just through social capacity, and was intrigued by some job opportunities that they had there, and realized that I would need to obtain my my real estate license. And so I worked and got all of that finished. And, when I checked the box about if I had had any disciplinary actions or issues, just out of an abundance of caution and being completely transparent, just wanted to let you guys know that I had fallen behind in my continuing education credits for my law license. I haven't completely decided whether I want to just retire it or, completely renew it. But either way, I would need to catch up on all those credits and kind of get a fresh start. So, I'm excited about this opportunity to work in a supportive and friendly environment and kind of get a fresh start, and hope that I can move forward with this.
Thank you. Commissioners, Ms. Franks.
Hi. First of all, I'm from Williamson County too, and I've never met these two ladies, but I know the Jones Company, and I know it's a really great company. How long has your license been suspended, the law license?
The actual suspension, I think, was...
Talking to you, make sure, right.
Oh, I'm sorry. The actual suspension, maybe a year. I don't want to misrepresent that, but they do give you some time to, get things clear. And it's been, quote, suspended for a year. But again, suspension means a whole gamut of things for them, including, really bad behavior and also just falling behind on your CE credits. So I believe it's been technically suspended for a year, but I haven't practiced, done any law work since 2016, May.
So what's the next step in that suspension? Will they expire you, or how does that work?
It's my belief that at some point it will expire, or if I tried to go back and practice law, obviously I could get in a whole heap of trouble without cleaning things up. But it's not like the real estate license where it just, you go into, you expire, so to speak. But I'll need to go before a board, explain everything, get it all cleaned up, and then kind of make a decision from there whether I want to just completely, they don't call it retiring, but completely let my license go or, move forward.
So the reason I ask you these questions is my mother-in-law is Judge Jane Franks from Williamson County.
Okay.
And so I know the work you put in to getting that law license.
Right.
And I'm always thinking, when I hear somebody's got a law license and they're a realtor, boy, those are the people I want to work with, So right. I would just encourage you, if it's possible, to keep that, because I know how far you've come in that.
Thank you.
And so, real estate. So your husband works for the Jones Company in IT?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you've just been around them socially, and you think, well, maybe real estate's a thing for me?
I think so, and I not so much in a I just want to work with fun people kind of way, but the things that I liked about the law practice was really helping people, and the things I didn't like about the law practice is all the angry people, and you know how it goes. And not that there's not angry people in real estate. There are plenty of angry people everywhere. But I just feel like it's a more supportive environment, something that really, I like to tell people I want a job that encourages the best parts of me and not encourages the worst parts of me. And so I feel like this job can really use the social and the helper and the, contract-minded, intellectual parts of me, and also just have a really great ending with people finding homes and being happy.
So will you be an on-site salesperson at one of the developments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so have you learned a lot about new home construction?
It's like drinking from a fire hydrant, trying to just even start learning about all of it. But that's the plan.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Wood.
Commissioner Frank sounds like to me she's wanting you to go back and get your law degree. I, on the other side, want to commend you for wanting to leave the dark side.
Like Star Wars, right?
And I'm getting lots of text messages from attorney friends here in a little bit.
That's all right. They know.
The thing that I would caution you this. I mean, I think you'll have an advantage if this thing goes positive. You do have some background in law. The negative is, because of that, there's going to be an inclination to practice law while you're being a real estate agent, and not necessarily that you're always wanting to do it. Somebody will go, well, you're an attorney. What's your thinking? And I have a young lady that works for me that she was a legal secretary, and and she'll want to interject. Well, when I was a legal secretary, you go, you're not a legal secretary. You're a good real estate agent now. So that's just a cautionary tale I'd give you that. But
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Other commissioners? All right. Miss Lucy, tell us why you're interested in this lady joining your firm.
I'm a little short, so I have to scoot up a little bit further. Well, obviously we've already, established that Betsy and her husband works for the Jones Company. I've known him for a long time, and known her family through that. And we've had lots of discussions about her, getting involved in real estate, and we felt like now was a great time for that. She's a smart lady. She has a lot of great background, a lot of great experiences, and so we feel like she'll be a great addition to the team. So.
Commissioners?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ms. Hesselrode. Ms. Hesselrode.
I have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Moffett, that Ms. Hesselrode be allowed to continue on to get a real estate license. Is there discussion? All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. I'm going to follow up on something Marcia and Bobby said. So right now we have all kinds of real estate agents across this state practicing law without a license. They do it every day. I mean, they give advice when they shouldn't. They try to interpret statutes when they shouldn't. So I'd say I'm on Marcia's side on this one, that getting your license back and being a real estate agent could put you in a small group of people that can actually sell real estate and practice law and give advice at the same time. So just something to think about. Thank you both for coming down.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Good
you
luck
both.
to you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. All right, next up, Ahmad Sato. Please, if you see how this works now, Ms. Matlock will swear you both in. All right, Ms. Maxwell.
You actually have a new printout in front of you. It should be paper. For you, you have applicant Ahmad Sato and his principal broker, John Criswell. Mr. Sato has taken the real estate affiliate broker exam. His principal broker, Mr. Criswell, has been a broker since 1986. There have been no disciplinary sanctions, and the firm is Krylak Realtors. A summary of the discipline is misdemeanor theft of property. His statement and letter of recommendation can be found in front of you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sato,
Yes, sir.
tell us what happened. Tell us why you're here and what you want to do.
I was in the car business, and I did it for almost 8 years. I did sales for 2 years, and the rest it was finance. And real estate been in my mind for about 5 years, and finally I decided that I'm gonna proceed 2 years, and that's when my wife started the real estate, and I fall more in love with it. That I dealt with people as far like sales and finance, and I heard a lot of the real estate that got me more and more excited every day, where I just decided to get my license, and I passed my test, and I would like to grow the business with my wife as a team and work under the Krylak.
So what caused you to have to come here today?
Caused me to have to come here is the situation that I had back in 2012, and that was overdraft. I was expecting money from back home from my family to help me buy a car, and what happened is I woke up, I checked my bank account, it was close to the amount that I was expecting, so I immediately pulled the money, got the car, and then I called my dad to thank him, and he was like, I did not send you anything. I was like, well, I got the money. Are you joking? He was like, no, I'm serious. I did not send you anything. And that's when the struggle started. So the bank I called the bank and they wanted the money. I was like, I spend the money. I cannot pay it right now, but my family is sending it. They're going to send it. So after about 6 months, I got the money. I was waiting for. My dad has situations, so I ended up getting it. I got the money. I paid it back, and when I got the lawyer, they set the time with the judge where I'm gonna show up with the money. So that's when the judgment date was. When I showed up with the money, I paid the money back, and that was back in 2012. And I can't tell you it was misunderstanding. It was not something intentional to happen.
So you had to pay a penalty of some sort, right?
Yes. My English was not that great like it is right now, so my lawyer made a deal with the judge that I really did not understand. I just signed the paper that she said, like, okay, just sign it. We made a deal. You'll be fine. You pay the amount back, and you'll just go home. And after a few years, or after a certain time, my wife went through the paperwork, and she realized that I wasn't on probation, like based on the paperwork saying, and it was the deal that they will dismiss the case or whatever it is on that paper if I pay the money back, and that was the deal.
So just to be clear, you didn't serve any time in jail?
No, I did not. I did not.
Were you on probation?
I was on probation. I don't remember how long it's on the paper. Was it 1 year, I guess?
1 year.
I just ordered that letter from Alabama court, so I did not even have it.
All right, let's see if we have some questions for you. Ms.
Yes, sir.
Franks.
So you see the funds are in your account,
Yes.
and did you that day go out and pay for the car? Or did you wait a week or so?
No, I needed a car. I had no car that day, and I was waiting for that money. And my dad had situation at the same time, so everything really worked against me, where I don't have the money, but I pull money that it's not mine, and I used it. So I paid cash for the car. I got the car, and
But was it that day when you saw that the money was in your account? Did you go get the
same
car that day, the same day?
I saw the money. I got dressed. I got ready. I was excited. You get excited. I went and got the money, and because I already had a car in mind.
And then you called your dad.
And then
after
I
you
got
had
the car. I called my dad. I sent him a picture of the car, and I was like, "Hey, thank you so much. I got it." And he was like, "For what?" I was like, "I got the money." He was like, "What money?" I was like, "The money I was asking you for." He was like, "I did not send you anything."
So after you talked to your dad, did you then call the bank, or did they call you?
Yeah, I called the bank.
Okay, and so what did they agree to? What terms did they agree to?
I told them I can't finance the money. I don't have it right now. Can I just pay it back slowly? That's what I make a month, and that's what I can pay. They was like, no.
They wouldn't make you a loan.
No, they would not. So they took me to court, and that's when I had to hire a lawyer that I could not afford at that time. But
So
yeah, that was
how long did it take between the time that you talked to the bank? You said it was 6 months before you went to...
Before I went to court, it was 6 months. That my lawyer extended it long enough where I'm going to make sure the money is with me.
Oh, he kept getting it
No.
reset, the dates
Not reset. I was in different state. I moved to Memphis, and we had to drive back to Alabama. I'm not sure if it's 6 months. The paperwork is showing the exact... For the court date. When was the court date?
That's something you should have, not her.
Yeah, I guess it was around September when it happened, and then December it was the court date.
So
Less
for
than
6 months, were they making demand of that money every month to you and calling you, or?
Collection called me, and I was like, I already talked to the bank, and they know that I don't have the money, and I tried to make a deal. So that's when I got the lawyer.
And did they tell you we're going to file charges, and then you got the lawyer?
They filed charges, and the cops came and looked for me. I got to the police station, and then at the same day I came out, and that's when I hired the lawyer, and I called my dad, and I was like, you need to hurry up, I need the money. And he started working on getting me the money ASAP from Kuwait.
Okay, so you had in your statement, you're committed to learning the law in the United States.
Yes.
Have you already taken the real estate exam,
I took the real estate exam.
and you passed that?
I passed
speak into your microphone. It lights up red. Okay, so are you a U.S. citizen?
I'm about to be.
Oh, okay. Something
Yes,
wrong with, there it goes.
Okay. I'm a permanent resident,
Okay.
and my citizenship on the way. I'm in the last process, so all I'm waiting for is to go swear, and yeah, that's my last step. Thanks, God.
Okay, so here's the one thing that concerns me.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a principal broker, and I've been in real estate 33 years, and if I've said it once, I've had to say it a million times. Do not spend your money before you have the money, because it's so easy. You know, I'm going to have a big $10,000 commission coming in 2 weeks before Christmas so I can pay off my Christmas. Well, guess what? The thing falls through. If I've already spent that money, I'm in trouble. So that will get you in serious trouble if that ever happens again. So I hope that you can promise me that you've learned your lesson from this.
Absolutely.
And that you would never spend money before you knew for sure that it was
Absolutely.
good funds.
That's why I got in the car business, and I was very good in finance position, and I was not getting paid until the deal get funded, even in sales. So it was a big lesson, and thanks God, even right now, I have enough money saved for a survival of about 2 years. So thanks God, yeah. I'm
And
fine.
so will you continue on as in the car business while you get going in real estate, or are you totally stopping it and jumping into deep end?
My wife really waiting for me to get my license, so I can just go ahead and get active. There is people waiting for me, so they can, get me to list their house. I do have clientele for about 7 years in Memphis, and I'm just waiting to just announce it and tell them like, hey, I'm in the real estate industry now, and send me your people.
So you live in
Keep me
Memphis
busy.
now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that's Lakeland? Is Lakeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
Lakeland.
okay. Now, the other thing I wondered too was that on this criminal complaint, that the name was different.
What is it?
It's Ahmad S. Abu Sado.
That's my legal name, and I'm gonna change it once I get the citizen to something else. So.
Okay, so if that's your legal name, just make sure, if you get approved today, that whatever name that you get approved for, that has to be on all your signs, it's what you go by, okay? I just saw that discrepancy in names, and I just want to make sure that you go by one name.
Quick question. So on the business card, like, can I put Alex instead of Ahmad, or it has to be exactly like the legal name?
We're going to be discussing that today, I think.
Okay.
So you go by Alex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So when you, I'm going to jump in here and take Anna's place for a minute, but when you submit for your license, if you want to be called Alex, put that in the application.
Okay.
You could have your full name, quotations, Alex. And
So I can do that. Okay, sweet.
Is that right, Ms. Matlock?
Okay, sweet.
Yes, you can submit a DBA doing business as Alex.
Okay, sweet.
All right, other questions? Mr. Wood?
And I don't know if I missed or not, but it looks like you changed brokers yesterday.
Yes.
What was that?
My wife is already with Keller Williams, and before I really met everyone, I was just going because she's already with them. But based on the real estate test, it's saying like meet brokers and interview brokers, so I decided to just go and just meet other people. And the last minute decision, he's the only one that really followed up with me and made me feel like so welcome and wanted. And based on that, I just felt like I need my heart was just leading me like I need to go that route. And my wife is gonna transfer with me to Crylike.
And how do you know Mr. Cresswell?
I just interview him.
And when did you interview with him?
It was a week ago,
Before Thanksgiving. Tuesday before
right?
Thanksgiving.
Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And I met the whole team. That's what helped me to make a decision to go with them, because Keller Williams, we just moved back to Memphis. We were living in Spring Hill. So my wife got an opportunity to go back to Memphis with the company she worked for. She worked for First South Credit Union, They open a corporate office and they offer her a good position. So we decide to move back, and we don't know the Keller Williams office there. She just got transfer based on the opportunity that we can be joint team, and the transaction is just more beneficial for a joint team, wife and husband. And
So she's going to quit her job at the finance company?
no, she gonna stick with her job, but she is licensed, and we're gonna do the marketing under both of us, and I'm gonna handle all the legwork, all the marketing, all the transaction, all the just daily basis work, like getting on the phone, meeting people, and all that. So
Okay.
Bobby, do you have anything else?
Not right now.
gonna be
Other
my full time.
commissioners? Jeff, anything? Okay. All right. Did you all drive up here from Arlington this morning? What time did you leave?
Or
4?
I was afraid of that hour and a half traffic jam.
You never know.
Thought about it.
All right, John, tell us why you're interested in Ahmad and his wife, apparently.
Well, Alex, when you know the gentleman and you talk to him, I mean, he came here from another country, couldn't speak English, and I look at where he's come from and where he is today. He's met he's got an American wife, 2 beautiful children. He's just a determined young man. He's successful, and I pursued him. I mean, I didn't get on his nerves, but I knew the day that he interviewed that I wanted that guy in my office. And what he had was a misunderstanding with Bank of America, I think it was, on that,
Wells Fargo.
whoever it was. But they, the guy could barely speak the language. And, he signed some plea bargain that he didn't know he was signing. The attorney took his $3,000 and, signed a plea bargain, so it shows up on all of his, it dings him. But I think he's going to be awesome. I think I want to get him involved in the association there in Memphis. I want him to be a leader.
Commissioners?
Ahmad, did they not offer you a translator when you went to court?
I did not need one because my wife understands me well. She's American. She's from here, and my lawyer understands the situation. I explained it all, and she really did not offer me. The judge did not talk to me. I mean, I just went there.
But you said you agreed to a plea bargain, and you signed it, not knowing what you were signing.
The judge did not talk to me, but the lawyer, she said, you just need to sign here, and we'll get you out of the problem.
So you probably needed a real translator then.
I did not know what I was doing. I mean, I was new to the country, and the American dream, and I was excited about being here and all that, and start going through trouble, and then, I was blessed getting out of trouble, and I'm thankful. I accomplished life. I have wife, kids. I learned the system. I know the law. I work in finance so long. I know better now. I mean, I'm well informed, well educated. My English is better. I can speak, understand everything. I can enter any conversation. So, yeah, and yeah.
Other questions? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve is
Mr. Diaz makes a motion to approve. We're going to call you Alex from now on.
Yes, sir. Please.
Alex. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Moffett. Now discussion. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I just have some concerns. I mean, I think I have more times than not, when people come in and kind of explain their situation, I mean, we understand things happen in life. There's just a lot of things that give me caution about you right now. I mean, the amount of money that was in your account was about $7,000 or something. Was that what
It was 75. I'm not sure. It was
Okay.
over 7,200, 7,500.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I mean, when that just immediately pops in my account, I think I'd talk to somebody. My first reaction would not be run by a car. My first reaction might be maybe first say thank you or something, or try to figure out where it came in. That gives me caution. Okay, and then also too, I mean, when you're talking, and when you're explaining what happened, I mean, you take no responsibility for it. You're saying it's Wells Fargo's fault. Well, it was their fault, but you knew it wasn't your money. I mean, I heard your explanation.
Yeah.
I guess I'm telling you, I'm not so sure I believe
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. And then two, a lot of times, I mean, I have to base my good feeling or not about a person based upon their broker. I don't have a problem with your broker. It bothers me that you've already changed brokers and you've not even got your license yet. And that usually is a sign that a person will just keep changing brokers. And so it's really hard for me to give a lot of credence to the broker you're going to when I'm concerned you may not be there in 2 or 3 weeks from now. So that's where I'm not comfortable with what's going on and supporting it right now, okay?
I respect your opinion. I started in a car business back in 2013, and I never changed the dealership that I was with for so long. In fact, I got offers from other dealerships, and I told my dealership that I got an offer, and they did not let me go. They was like, we will promote you to finance, and we'll increase your pay, and we'll give you everything that you got offered from that dealership to keep you. And I decided to stay. I'm a loyal guy. I don't like to change jobs. I just go with what my feelings, not my feelings, with what the spirit guidance. And I feel like my spirit was guiding I had a fight between my heart and my brain with who I need to work with until I just have enough reasons to make this decision to go and work for Crylike. And that was based on that. It's nothing personal. I just did not feel like I felt it with, like I did not see myself working with the crew that my wife was already with. Now, I like the crew here, the office of KW in Spring Hill. I just did not feel it in Memphis, and I felt it with the Crylike. And that was the only reason I choose Crylike. That is, I don't like to change in jobs. And the reason I made this decision early, so I don't have to change it down the road. I don't want to start with the KW, and then I realize like I'm feeling miserable and I'm not happy, and now I'm going to change. I just cut it short and I did it before I even start working with them.
So but the Keller Williams office, they originally sent in your information, was from where?
From Memphis.
Memphis.
Yes, sir. And I met the crew literally. I met everybody in Keller Williams office yesterday at a Christmas party. And that's when I was like 100% sure, like, okay, I'm making the right decision. I never interviewed them. I just went based on the office in Spring Hill, and my wife is already with them, and they are the greatest in the nation. They are number one.
So you never interviewed with the office in Keller Williams, but they're sending a letter in saying how good you are?
I did not. I asked her to send me a letter, and it took 10 days, and she was delaying it. And like a lot of shady things happened, it did not make me feel comfortable, and that's why I changed. I met her. I said just hi. She was like, hey, welcome to the team. Your wife is here. I was like, yeah. I did not even had a chance to speak or sit down in a closed door office and get to know each other or ask questions. I asked her for the letter. She said, okay, I'll send you the recommendation letter based on the request. And she gave me the recommendation letter after 10 days. I was following up every day, like, you told me you're going to get me the letter tomorrow and all that. So I was following up, and I was not getting it. After 10 days, she just emailed it to me. I was, thank you. And once I got it, I emailed it to the commission. But still, something inside of me telling me, like, just go interview brokers. Like that voice. I just go interview brokers. And I went and I interviewed Mr. John, and then I interviewed the office, what is it? Kaizen. And then I went back and I told my wife, Lois, I feel good about Crylike. I don't feel good about Keller Williams. She was like, we already paid the $500 to transfer. I don't have another $500 to keep paying to transfer to other office. I was like, well, I don't feel good about it.
What's the $500 for?
It was a fee, $450, a fee to join the office.
Got to pay Keller Williams $500 to join
$450.
the company?
Yes. And I told her, well, whether we're going to lose the money or I don't feel good about it, or if I work with you, probably I'm going to transfer to Crylike right after. She said, well, let's see what happened. Let's wait. So we waited, and I got to meet everybody, and that's when I just come down to this decision. I was like, okay, whether I'm not going to join at all, or I'm going to join and transfer, and I would rather not to join and just start here, transfer my wife, and call them back and see if they can refund that transfer money, whatever, the $450, and waive it on just starting with Crylike. So,
all right, Alex,
Yes, sir.
You've said enough.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I told you had the floor for as long as you wanted, but I was only kidding on that part of it, okay?
I'm nervous. I've never been in this
We have
situation
different
before, you know.
opinions up here all the time, and so Mr. Wood's expressing his opinion. Others may think differently, but
Yes.
you've made your point.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So we have a motion on the floor, and that motion, if it passes, would allow you to continue to get your real estate license. That's where we are. I'm going to speak in favor of the motion simply because I know your broker, and I know his company, and I think you've made a wise decision. And we don't need to see John coming back here at some point in the future and
would not.
ask him that, is Alex
I
still with
promise
you?
you would not.
All
I'm a
right.
good guy. You would not.
I just want to make sure, at least
Yeah.
make that statement.
Yeah.
So with that said, if there are no comments, Mr. Wood.
And again, I wish there was a way we could say, we'll let you go, but you got to agree to stay with this broker for a year.
Absolutely.
But we can't. I mean, there's and that's the frustration that I've seen is we'll base things upon the broker and that agent doesn't stay. And you've already shown the ability to switch, and that's my concern. But
All right, I think we're ready to vote. The motion is to let Alex proceed to get his real estate license. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, please vote no.
no.
All right, that motion passes on a 6 aye, 1 no vote. Mr. Wood votes no. Now, on a totally unrelated question, Mr. Alex. So I'm thinking about buying a new car. What's the markup on those things? I mean, how much can I negotiate in percentage-wise? 10%, 15%?
It's
Depends on the dealership.
You should have asked before you voted.
No, you're just laughing at me and not giving me an answer.
hey, anything for you. You just tell me what you want to pay, and I'll go get it. Look, you tell me what you want to pay, and I'll go get it for you.
No. I don't. I want it the other way around. I know what I want to buy. I just want to know what I should pay. But if you're not going to answer, that's not fair.
Maybe I want to change my vote now. Okay.
I just wanted to give you and your broker one word of caution. One of the best employees we ever had was from Mexico, and my husband. He worked for my husband. He loved this man, and my husband took him skeet shooting, and he loved it. So he went to the fairgrounds where they had a gun show, and he didn't speak good English, and he said, "I want a machine gun." A machine gun. And they're like, "Oh, you want a machine gun?" And he's like, "Yes, yes." And they says, "Well, we have one at our hotel room. Come to follow us to our hotel room." And so they bring out some big giant gun, and they said $50. And he's like, $50? He knew it was worth more than $50. He said, "Okay." He hands them the $50, and they put the cuffs on him, and he now lives in Mexico. He was deported. So you have very good speech. How long have you been here?
I came here in 2007.
Okay. You need to always work on that, and you're going to have to really help him with that, because your lack of speech coming from another country, it's not like all these other people have been living out here forever in Tennessee. So you're going to have to really watch that and really work on it so that it doesn't get you in any trouble, because it can cause you terrible trouble. I know.
I know better.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments? Last question.
Yes, sir.
When do you get sworn in?
With the immigration?
Yes.
It's going to be within the next 6 months. That's what they told me. They did not give me a specific day because they said they're very busy. And even in Nashville, they're very busy. So Memphis is not as busy as Nashville. So she said it should not take more than 6 months.
So maybe when you become a citizen, you could get John, or you could send us a note saying that, because we'd celebrate that with you as well.
Sweet. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Okay. Good luck to you guys. Be careful. going
Thank you.
home.
I appreciate you. Hey,
Good
I'm
luck.
very thankful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gladish? Yes, sir. What do we have for you? Let's just sit still for a minute. You were going to write me a letter last month,
Well, I know,
but don't answer yet. Let's see what we have on the
Oh, that's
agenda
what I
here.
had a question about.
Ms. Maxwell, what's up?
We do not have the letter, but we do have some email correspondence previous to last month as to,
He's on the agenda,
yes.
so
What's the letter for? I missed last month.
well, he's got an issue he'd like to talk to us about. I asked him, is this it?
yeah, it's all in paperwork right here for you, and I was just gonna
See,
my
Well,
That's a lot of
I know,
paperwork
normally
for
that's
us to
what
go over.
I know. I think,
Well, it's only parts of it. It's not, you're not gonna have to read every part.
do you think you could summarize what you're here for in like 5 minutes? If you're speaking 10, 7?
Needs to be put on the agenda so that we can go over all this.
Yeah, come over here and stand on this. Well, I'd advise Commission not to pay any attention to the paperwork at this point. Let's just see what the topic is.
Well, you'll need to, but it's real easy if you want to follow along. Basically, I am an auctioneer as well as a broker, okay? There are two laws in the state of Tennessee. There is TCA 6213, which is real estate law, and then there's TCA 6219, which is auction law, okay? I left, the first is just my resume, just so you know. I've been in the business 15 years. I'm also an IT, I'm a geek, and started on a computer when I was 8 years old. The second is all the correspondence that I've had with Trek. I started this back in the very first email is where I emailed them originally. That was on September 12th. Then I was referred to TAR Legal Hotline. I want to know whether or not I have to run my auction proceeds commissions through my real estate brokerage, which I don't own, and I don't hang my license there. I hang it with eXp Realty. Or can I simply, as an auctioneer under the auction law, deposit it into my operating account from the title company? I have an escrow account through the auction commission, and when I just had a real estate sale, my first sale, okay? I did this from 04 to 07 until the market crashed. I owned a RE/MAX office in Manchester, and I was at 29 years old. I just bought it, and 3 months later, the bottom fell out, and I had to sell it for a $30,000 loss and get out. But now I've got back into the business, and I have an LLC with a partner. Well, no, this makes sense. Well, the request is this. I have an LLC, okay? In the state of Tennessee, real estate proceeds cannot be paid to an LLC. They can only be paid to an agent as a sole proprietor.
Right.
So that means that I have this real estate sale that I had. Auction, correct. It was an auction, it was real estate of real property. An auction of real property, not personal property, okay? I sold it at auction.
Sounds like an auction commission problem to me. Am I
Well,
wrong
Trek is
about
telling
that?
me that I have to run my commissions through my brokerage, that I'll be in violation of the code. And that's what I want to refer you to, is that these two that you have, one packet is Trek law, one packet is auction law. The only time
Wait a minute, you need to slow down.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm an auctioneer, I talk fast.
We'll slow you down.
And also, I'm 100, just to let you know,
You need
I'm
to take
getting
a breath and
upset.
stop. You need to stop. You need to stop.
So we have new commissioners up here, and that's why I want to make sure we're clear on the situation. You're an auctioneer. You have an
Can
auctioneer.
I just say one thing, sir?
Let me see if I've got this right first. You've got an auctioneer's license and a real estate license. You sold a piece of real property at an auction.
Correct, it has not closed yet, and I
Okay,
want to make sure I do the right thing.
Right, so you're going to get a commission on that sale.
Correct.
And the question is, where does that commission go?
Correct.
Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, I want to make sure we've got that framed correctly as we go through. Now, the second step is, you believe it should go to your auction company?
Correct.
Trek is telling you it should go to your real estate company?
Correct.
License, where your license is placed?
Correct.
Is that right? Is that your understanding, legal?
I did not tell him where to deposit those funds.
The, what's her name, Brianna, the customer service supervisor lady?
Here's what I'm thinking.
She told me.
Okay.
We're just trying to get jurisdiction, where, before we go any further, what jurisdiction?
Well, right.
So,
The-
Brandon, if legal says you can put it in your auctioneer's escrow account, is that all you came here to find out?
Yes, sir, but they won't do that. They
Well,
keep,
let's see. I want to let them see if that's what do you all, do you have a position on that, legal?
Oh,
If he sells a piece of real property at auction, do you care where he puts the commission on that? Can he put it in his auction account, or does he have to put it in a real estate account, which are two different firms?
correct.
Well, isn't the money going into the auction company? The people who buy it are putting the money in the auction company. The check is
Way
made
it
out to
works
your
is
auction
this.
company?
The non-refundable deposit, it's not earnest money. but the non-refundable deposit has been deposited into my auction escrow account. I have two accounts. I have an operating account and an escrow account.
Okay, so
now
you made that choice to put it in the auction account?
Correct.
That's just a deposit, though.
It's just a deposit. Correct. So now when we close on December 16th, the title company will be cutting a check for the 10% buyer's premium and the 3% seller's commission. Can they cut that check directly to my LLC because this was an auction, or do they have to pay it to eXp Realty? Then eXp Realty has to pay me, then I have to pay the LLC and 1099 the LLC at the end of the year because I have a partner in the LLC.
All right, we got it.
Let me ask this.
Bobby.
Did you talk to your broker at EXP?
Yes, sir.
What did
Many
they
times.
say?
What's his name?
Garen Wheeler. Garen's position was that he has to make sure that he doesn't have to supervise me for this activity. And I send him a copy of all of the auction laws, which basically also in your packet is the Auction Commission has done away with firm and gallery license as of May of this year. So now all you have to have is an auction, what they call a principal auctioneer's license.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
Can you answer my question?
What was your question? I'm sorry.
What did your broker say?
He
Okay,
said-
you've gone off telling me about auctions.
Okay,
I just want to
right.
hear
Well,
what your
that's
broker
what he said. He said as long as the law says that I can do this, he's okay with me doing it. And the law states there are two sections of the law, and as the auction law, that's what I brought you. That's what the last two are.
But he said as long as he doesn't have to supervise him. I don't like that at all.
Well, but
Well, he doesn't have to physically be at the sales, is what he meant.
He does have to supervise you, though.
okay.
Correct, but this is not licensed activity. I have a separate license for this, ma'am, under the Auction Commission.
So then why are you here?
So this,
Because Brianna at customer service told me that I have from the TAR legal hotline telling me that I can do it, and I have Brianna telling me that I can't.
We're not
and
TAR. We're not TAR.
so Brandon, stand
You
by.
won't let me finish.
Stand by.
And I apologize.
I'm-
I'm 100% service connected, total and permanent. I was
I want-
We're allowing you to come before us today.
I know that, and I'm just telling you to please bear with me.
We
'cause
need to
I'm
hear
getting-
from our attorneys.
Now, let's see what legal says. They may answer your question without a law.
They won't. They told me I got to get a declaratory order.
Which is correct.
What
If
is
you
it?
needed
What
a-
is that?
A declaratory order is when a person files asking for a decision from one of the commissions regarding a point of law. That is something that is available to individuals that would be in this kind of circumstance, which I explained to Mr. Gladish, told him I even offered to file the order for him and then bring it before your commission so you can make a decision. Also, I would just like to say that Rihanna did not say that to Mr. Gladish, and even if he did, it does not matter because Rihanna is not the legal counsel for the commission.
Right.
Additionally, this is a little different because we have two different commissions at work here. We have Tennessee Real Estate Commission and we have the Tennessee Auctioneer Commission. And luckily, I'm the attorney for both of those commissions. And I think, based on the conversation that we were having today, I could give an opinion as to what I think would be. But my opinion would be towards you, not towards the specific individual. For you, I think that it's possible that this does not fall within the jurisdiction of the Tennessee Real Estate Commission. Because the Tennessee Real Estate Commission regulates things, actions that occur in this chapter. Only thing that we have at play here is that it is real property. He has a real estate license. He's allowed to do it, and it seems like these are proceeds from an auction, which I would make the argument would need to be deposited into the auctioneer account. That's just my opinion to you all. You all can make a decision whether you believe that the Real Estate Commission has jurisdiction over this or not.
Thank you for that opinion. It helps me with my vote.
Can I just say one thing, sir?
She just said what you wanted to hear.
Oh, I know that.
Well,
But can I just
sometimes
expound
people-
a little bit?
Sometimes people talk too much.
Okay, I won't say anything else.
Is there a motion to accept the opinion of the legal department regarding Mr. Gladish's request?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood, that Mr. Gladish, on any auction commissions earned from the sale of real property at auction, be allowed to deposit those funds and disperse those funds from his auction accounts, auction company accounts. That's
Yes,
the
sir.
motion on the floor. Is there discussion on the motion? Joe? Yes, sir.
So you said that you can't deposit those accounts in an LLC, and you have an LLC. Is that the rule of the auction commission, or
That's
ours?
law of TREC
Okay.
or the state of Tennessee, somebody.
Attorney General's opinion.
But
There you go.
The company can be an LLC.
Right, but I can't get AXP to pay the LLC. They have to pay me first.
We're about to take EXP out of the equation.
Correct,
if you'll let us
which is
know.
the whole reason I came. But
got
to
it.
answer his question, no, sir, you can't.
All right, further discussion on the motion. If this motion passes, Mr. Gladish will be able to operate out of his auctioneer's account as he wishes without having to bring his real estate firm where his license is placed into play. That's what we have in front of us.
Yes, sir.
If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks for all these papers that I'm not going to read.
Yeah, I do.
You're not going to read them when you want to go to sleep?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So Garen Wheeler is your principal broker.
That is correct.
Where
Yes,
is
ma'am.
his office?
West End,
West End.
3200 West End Avenue, Suite 500, Nashville, Tennessee 37203.
Have you ever met him in person?
Many times, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where do you live?
I live in Antioch.
Okay. Thank you.
All right,
We good?
you're good, man. Don't-
Thank you, and I apologize to y'all
Don't
for talking
apologize.
fast and getting upset. It's just, I apologize.
Some-
But thank you for hearing me, and thank you for giving me my answer.
Have a good Christmas.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks. All right, anybody in the mood for a break? What time is it?
Or a drink.
Let's take about a 10-minute break. The education report, starting with the courses first. Mr. White?
Can we do the instructors first? Because if we do the instructors first,
We
if
can
there's
do-
somebody we don't
We can do whatever we want.
approve, then I don't want to approve their class and not approve the instructor.
Does anybody object to doing the instructors first?
That just seems like.
Let's do the instructors first, Mr. White.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I present to you today we'll change the order to the instructors, and I submit 5 new instructors that I have reviewed for your review and approval today. You can see those on your iPads.
You're recommending approval of each
I'm
of those?
recommending approval, yes, sir.
Just so we can get a discussion going, is there a motion to accept the education director's report?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that Mr. White's recommendation be approved. Now, discussion. Ms. Franks?
I have a question about, I think, is it Mrs. McMahon? Oh, yeah, Courtney McMahon. It says she has 20 years experience developing, organizing businesses. Exactly what is her experience?
It really deals with running a business and using social media, but she's been involved with her own business ventures, for 20 years, since high school.
And what kind of business ventures were they?
And as I recall, I'm trying to think back from the documentation, but she had her own business that she helped to promote. Then she also worked with others, and during that 20-year period, I'm sorry I don't have the documentation in front of me to
So was
tell
it
you
sales or education or?
They were essentially, it was business. I don't believe it was sales, but it wasn't education either. She's just a self-made person, from what I could understand in the documents.
And she's
she
going to
had
be
worked-
teaching a class on social media?
Yes, and she has that background. My concern was, is that she's teaching real estate agents how to do this stuff, but she's only been a real estate agent less than 2 years. Well, she's not a real estate agent.
Says she was a realtor since 2017.
Well, I'm sorry. Wait,
With
just a second.
Synergy
I'm
Real-
looking at the wrong thing. here.
Realty.
Sorry about that. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. She has been an agent since that time, but she's had the experience with the social media in running that sort of training and business for
But
that
does she have
20
any
years.
education in it?
Well, yes, in that sense that she was involved in the social media,
But you said she was self-trained.
But, well, I think she's self-made as far as her businesses. I think she's an entrepreneur. I think she's tried to do this for 20 years, and now she's become a realtor, and she feels like she has the background in the social media world that she can train, whether they be real estate agents or attorneys or whatever. But that's what I'm getting out of
I
it.
guess I'm just wondering about an educator if they've not had a class in it. And as a realtor, she's had access to, there are classes in social media. That just made me a little leery. She has a high school diploma, no college experience listed.
It is correct.
So I was just worried about her. I was hoping you could tell me that she'd had lots of classes in social media or something.
Just out of curiosity, the course she wants to teach, how long, how many hours credit is it? 1 hour?
One.
I'd say I could teach an hour
Maybe
course on social media.
You on social media?
Well, I could talk
no,
about.
you couldn't.
I could talk about social and I could talk about media. I just can't necessarily, but I could BS it for an hour.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Diaz.
For the specific course that Ms. McMahon's going to be teaching, does she have segments about complying with the advertising guidelines and the other requirements that we have for realtors and real estate agents using social media?
From what I could understand and see, that it's just your basic understanding of social media and how you could use it in your business. It's not, she's not getting into the legal framework that much. She's trying to teach you how to best use the social media, mostly as an affiliate. So, yes, that's it.
So she gave you a syllabus.
I've got some documentation. I don't know if she sent me the syllabus, but she did send me the information enough to know what she was trying to do.
Can I jump to another one then?
Wait, yes, one more question. So a 1 hour credit is really only 50 minutes of instruction, right?
Yeah, but once we
50
approve her
minutes,
to
that's
teach, she
correct.
can teach anything.
Yeah, I got it. I just wanted, speaking of social media, I'm trying to act like I.
So she's not going to be she could teach anything. Once she's on that approved list for 2 years, she can teach anything, whether she's qualified or not. That's why I was hoping there was some education involved. Because I don't look at it as just a 1 hour credit. It's she can teach anything she wants for 2 years now if we approve it. And I honestly, I'm not good with that.
Okay, Mr. Wood.
Well, and I kind of had also some concerns about the Robin Morgan. Was it maybe the class about title insurance? And it looks like maybe this person has been with this company or with a
Law office.
just this year.
Well, she's had, the backgrounds with these other companies I mentioned down there, Volunteer Title, Melrose Title. There was another title company as well. She's had that sort of background. So she is now the operations manager with Estes and Kennedy.
Okay, so about how long has she been doing title work then?
I'd have to go back and see, but she's been involved with this title work for several years. I didn't include that. I'm sorry. I'll have to go back and see that.
When do they have to have their, if you want, for the classes to be approved, when does that have to be in? What month? Are we still in the 2 year cycle?
Yes.
And when
Yeah.
will that happen again? Next summer?
September will be, September 1 will start the new, the new educational cycle over the 21-22 cycle.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the instructors recommended by the education director. Is it desire by any commissioner to pull a particular instructor or instructors out of that motion before we vote?
I'd like to pull Ms. McMahon out.
Any others, commissioners?
Oh, that was it, just that one.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the recommendation of the Education Director with the exception of Courtney McMahon, which we may continue to discuss. Are you ready to vote on that? Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Now, Ms. Franks, what do you want to do with Ms. McMahon?
Well, maybe if she could give us a little bit more in depth about what, what her education is in social media. And I'd also like to know, is she going to plan on teaching any other courses? Because it's easy to get a 1-hour course passed, but if she comes in next month and she's wanting to do a core class or a new affiliate class, then we've opened up a box. So I need to know what her education is, and I need to know what else does she intend to teach.
I think I can provide that later today.
Okay, if we can come back to it today, that'd be fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, we'll hold approval on Ms. McMahon until later this afternoon or at the end of the meeting, whichever occurs first. Now, courses, what's your recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I would submit that I've reviewed the courses before you today, D1 through D38, and their providers, and I submit them for your review and approval.
All right, let's see if we can get a motion on the floor, and then we'll take up discussion.
Move to approve.
Ms. Franks moves to approve courses D1 through D38 as recommended by the Education Director. Mr. Diaz seconds that motion. Now, discussion.
Mr. Chairman, should we remove D8 since that's the course being
Thank you.
offered by Ms.
Yes.
Courtney McMahon?
Without objection, D8's removed from that motion. Anything else? Mr. Wood?
I'm going to play the role of Fontaine Taylor and tell you that on page 2, under the second one, under D9, where it gives the description, it gives women realtors. Realtors is supposed to be capitalized.
Thank you, Fontaine.
Oh, noted.
That's it? Nothing else, Bobby?
That was it.
Motion on the floor, we're ready to vote, is to approve D1 through D38 with the exception of D8. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously with the understanding that D8 will be considered later in the meeting. All right, next up, Executive Director's report. Ms. Maxwell.
Do not have a lot for you guys, but we are in the final process of hiring an individual for the vacancy. So I'm hoping in January I'll have somebody new to introduce you to.
What is the vacancy?
Oh, yep. I guess you missed that from the last month. We had one of our administrative assistant, 2 positions leave. So I guess her last day was on October 31st. So we've been working to get that filled. So that's one update. Another update is, I know, Bobby, we had a conversation last month about giving out information in regards to the MLS and RealTracs and all of that. That's something I'm continuing to work on. The question about getting firm information on Verify is pretty easy. It's just getting the time to get it added. It's a manual process to add that for us currently. The broker, getting that added would be a technology change. So I'm also looking into what that would mean and what that would look like. I am going to continue to try to work with the MLS on the best way to get them that information. One, the way that they were getting it was very time consuming, and the department has made a big push towards not sharing licensee information or not sharing information that's not currently available to the public. And so that's why we've made the big push towards the public records request. Not only is it policy, but I believe it's law. So that's sort of that shift, but I am working to find a solution that works for everybody involved.
And they've told me they'd be willing to put resources into that too to try to help. Because I think it's more than one MLS that would love to have it. I think you've only seen one MLS that's actually tried to get it or been getting it. So.
Yes, we know of one that has consistently been calling probably for the past 20 years. But I'm open to any questions anybody has.
What they're doing with that information, and if we suspend a person or revoke a license, they want that person to come out of the MLS and no longer to have access to it, and no longer be able to turn off their key card to get them out of the houses and stuff like that. So
That's important.
yeah.
So two statistics that you provided. I recently had an agent actually sit for a broker's test, and she passed, and it showed what grade she made on it. It was an 80, and she felt bad about it. She made an 80 on the state. And so I said, don't feel bad about it, Amy. Look at the statistic right here.
That's right. That's right.
That only 52% of people taking that test pass it. So I guess it was okay we put her score on there. But I tried to make her feel better knowing that she was in the top 48% of everybody that ever took that test. And second of all, I noticed the number of active licenses, individual and firm licenses, now is at close to, if not exceeding 41,000, which I, again today, will declare the largest number of active licenses the Tennessee Real Estate Commission has ever tried to service, and compliments to your staff for, at least in my opinion, my experience, getting fewer and fewer calls about more and more licenses, which is good news. Thank you.
Real estate is good in Tennessee.
That is true.
All right, any other comments for Caitlin before we move on to the consent agenda?
I had one question. Do vacation lodging, that license, do they have to take a class and an exam for that?
Just there's an 8-hour vacation lodging course.
No test?
No test.
Okay.
Anything else?
And Commissioner Griggs, I tell people, because this number stays pretty consistent that we see here, that as far as the affiliate broker, the national part, it's 52% are flunking in that this past month, and that's relatively consistent. It stays 52, 55, and then for the state part for affiliates, the flunking rate's 25%, and it runs between 25 and 28%. So you figure every time they're taking that test, probably 60% of that room is flunking something, and so I tell them, and I found that there's no correlation between how well you do on pre-licensing to how you do in real life, but that's just kind of a weed out. But and that number, this includes people who have taken it the first time, second, third, fourth, fifth time. It's still in this number, and that number's still that high. So
That might be a good thing that you could put in your newsletter. So that instructors, if I was an instructor and I was having 52% fail in my class, I would feel bad as an instructor that maybe I needed to get a refresher or something if I was failing that many students.
We could post a link because we actually on the website have it broken down by school.
Okay, that'd be great.
We don't have it broken down by instructor. I don't know that there'd be a way to do that, but it is broken down by school.
Because if you're going to take the class, you want to take it from a class that has successful teachers.
And I can promise you, just from our education roundtable, they are very aware
yes, they
of
are.
their pass and fail
They
rate.
knew they were on there. Yes.
So
Okay,
so
great.
it is a number that they most likely know.
Yeah. Can I ask you on the I guess the financial part?
Yes.
Is that normal that, because we don't have October, and I can maybe see not November's, but do we consistently stay at least a couple
So
months
I
behind?
most likely will be getting, especially with our meeting being early, I should be getting October soon.
Okay.
So it is something that I could probably send out, and it might be that come January I'll have 2 months for you guys. I think it all depends on where our meeting falls. So, and I got this month that I have provided right around the time of our meeting last month. So, but we are at least 1 month, probably 2 behind just from them closing it out.
And the other thing, if I'm reading it right, I see a couple lines in there for technology.
Yes.
So in effect, 2, 3, we're cost us about $42,000 in September for technology. Okay.
Yes.
A month, $500,000 a year.
Yes.
Is that divided amongst all the different regulatory boards?
It is.
And is that based on how many licensees you have on that board?
So I think the
Or are
number.
we the same as funeral home directors?
No, I think the number's factored a couple different ways.
Okay.
We have a system that we use to enter tickets. So anytime I have a request, it goes into this ticketing system, and they bill hourly how much time it takes them to work on something, and then they use that ticketing system to track their work.
Okay, we're going to move on to the legal report. We have actually three packages, in my opinion. We have a consent agenda package, the legal report, and then a blended report as I look at it. Okay, so we'll start, if we could, with the consent agenda. Kelsey, for some reason, his name is at the top of the report, so Kelsey, I guess you get to
Yeah,
go
I
first.
do not assemble the report. I don't know
Who
how
does
this
that?
happens.
1
That's
through
not-
18.
Huh? It's alphabetical. Very fair.
Okay, let's do the numerical, 1 through 18, if you'll read those. into the
Can I, before we get deep in this, can I ask Caitlin one more question?
Sure.
Caitlin, I noticed like on the newsletter that you sent out, and it's got the different violations. I didn't see anything in there for just advertising violations. I'm going to say the ones that are just sent in that I think you or the staff gets to just say yes or no, looking at it, are they on
They
that
should,
list?
yeah, they would be on there.
Okay.
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 I can re-review it, but it could just be that we didn't have any closed.
Okay.
A lot of the time in there was also time that I was out.
Okay, and I kinda
which
thought some of
would
that
have
too.
meant
Okay.
that they would have gone through the normal complaint process.
Okay.
Which would put them more at the 180 days rather than the quicker agreed citation.
Okay, fair enough.
So, just so I found out about that newsletter through some notification from the state.
Yes.
To cover bases, if it's possible, if you could send that link to every commissioner directly, because I think I got lucky following the link to get to the newsletter.
Yes.
You should be getting it.
I didn't get it directly from staff. I got it through some notification.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
state notification.
Yes, which
I got two.
So you got two, Marcia, you bragging.
No, but I'm just saying. I always know, something's happening. They sent me two of them.
Now,
maybe that your email's on there twice.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But it would be helpful to, like the chair, to get it directly from you as opposed to some notification from the state, which I typically ignore. Thank you.
Oh, my.
Did he say that out loud?
It is.
Yeah, that's on the record.
I don't deny it. All right, Kelsey, 1 through 18, please, if you'll read those into the record.
Sure. Number 1 is 2019-059081. Number 2 is 2019-059261. Number 3 is 2019-059641. Number 4 is 2019-059991. Number 5 is 2019-060041. 6 is 2019-060491. 7 is 2019-061241. 8 is 2019-061231. 9 is 2019-060511. 10 is 2019-061601. 11 is 2019-061621. 12 is 2019-061871. 13 is 2019-062181. 14 is 2019-062521. 15 is 2019-062401. 16 is 2019-063851. 17 is 2019-064381. And number 18 is 2019-063871.
Your recommendation on each of those?
And my recommendation is dismissal on all of those.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve council's recommendation.
A motion by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mr. Moffett, that council's recommendation be adopted and cases 1 through 18 be dismissed. Now, commissioners, is there a desire for anyone to pull a case out of that?
I'd like to pull out number 7.
All right. Anyone else? Last call. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion to approve council's recommendation on 1 through 18, with the exception of case 7, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 7, Ms. Franks.
So number 7 is a vacation lodging service firm. And it says, according to the complainant, respondent agreed to a partial refund of $775 to account for one night stay and the lack of internet, but they never provided complainant with a check and stopped responding to complainant's calls.
Yes, that is what the complainant alleged. In the response, they stated that they did wind up reaching an agreement to refund them 100%. There was no additional comment from the complainant. In my experience, that usually means that they got their money back. When they don't, they typically will provide a rebuttal saying, well, they still
Okay,
haven't
that
paid
was
up.
my question.
Yeah.
Did they pay the money?
Yeah,
Okay.
So you're making the assumption it was paid?
I am.
Okay.
Then I move to dismiss number 7.
Motion by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood, that case number 7 be dismissed per council's recommendation. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right, Ms. Kristen, 18 through 47, you get stuck with a lot more cases. I don't quite understand that.
Well, like she said, she's got the addendum. I'm not in the addendum, so.
Okay. Please read 18 through 47 into the record.
It's not 19.
I'm sorry, I meant 19. You should always correct the chair when he's wrong. Okay.
It's all in professionalism, Mr. Grease. Nothing personal.
Don't start that stuff.
Number 19, 2019-060381. Number 20, 2019-060211. Number 21, 2019-060461. 22, 2019-060661. 23, 2019-062141. 24, 2019-062301. 25, 2019-062441. 26, 2019-062971. 27, 2019-062731. 28, 2019-063861. 29, 2019-063951. 30, 2019-064531. 31, 2019-064781. 32, 2019-064731. 33, 2019-064621. 34, 2019-064861. 35, 2019-064931. 36, 2019-064951. 37, 2019-066001, and 38, 2019-066081, 39, 2019-066621, 40, 2019-066666, 41, 2019-066801, 42, 2019-067921, 43, 2019-068161, 44, 2019-068291, 45, 2019-068661, 46, 2019-068881, 47, 2019-068811, and that is all. I recommend dismissal on each of those.
Is there a
Motion to accept council's
Thank you,
recommendation.
Mr. Diaz. Is there a second by Mr. Begley? So the motion on the floor is to accept council's recommendation and dismiss cases 19 through 47. Are there cases that you'd like pulled out? Mr. Wood.
20, 28, 30, 33, 35, 36, 38, 41, 46.
Is that all?
That's enough.
All right, anyone else? All right. Ms. Downey, we're going to case number 20 to see what's up with Mr. Wood.
Did we vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, my fault. Let's vote on the balance of the cases. Those would be cases 19 through 47 with the exception of 20, 28, 30, 33, 35, 36, 38, 41, and 46. Those in favor of that motion to accept council's recommendation, please vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Now number 20.
20, it was about earnest money, and then, and I guess my first question is, who was holding the earnest money on number 20?
Let me just,
Early on, it says the complainant gave the seller $1,000. I don't know if the seller is actually holding it or not.
their agent, had the earnest money. But
And you say their agent, the buyer's agent or the seller's agent?
let me pull up the
Okay.
file.
Well, let me see if I can shortstop this discussion. So the complaint's against an affiliate broker. We're talking about earnest money, which would be the principal broker's purview. So I think that the complaint should be dismissed. Maybe another one should be opened up, but this complaint, in my opinion, should be dismissed because it's against the wrong person. That's just my take on it.
Well, and see, and part of the issue was they didn't do anything with the earnest money within the 21 days, but they said they maybe agreed to go longer.
7 days.
But can they do that? I mean, if the state statute says 21, can everybody agree to change the state statute? You can?
Well, and they got the money back. I just don't see where the issue comes up if they had an agreement to extend the time to return the money, and they did it within the time. I just think that there's no basis for discipline based on that.
Well, that's my question. Does a buyer and seller have the right to change a state statute?
There's nothing that says they can't agree to a different time frame. The time period in the statute does say 21 days, but if the seller's agent and the buyer's agent agree to a different time period, there's nothing that says they cannot do that.
But it doesn't say they can in the statute.
And we can't create, any statutory regulations regarding what they can and can't, or what they cannot do in terms of changing the time period for returning it if they have a mutual agreement.
There could be a letter of warning or something.
I guess it's my question. Anna, do you agree with this? I mean, if the state statute says 21, can the buyer and seller agree to change the statute?
I believe if there is a mutual agreement between the parties and there's no dispute, then there shouldn't be an issue. And I'll note the complainant didn't file a rebuttal or anything saying that they had any issues or that they were upset about it. So my recommendation is to dismiss, but that's just my recommendation on it.
But they've excuse me, filed a complaint, so they were.
Well, I mean,
Worried
after
about
yes, because they hadn't gotten the money back when they
filed the complaint.
Right. So then, I guess once they received it, there was no rebuttal. Is I guess my point, but that's just my thoughts on it.
Can you tell us who's holding the earnest money?
Oh, I take that back. They did file a rebuttal on this.
Do we not have that in our documents?
The rebuttal? Yes, I have it. I wrote it in here. I just completely missed that paragraph. But they did file a rebuttal, but it's not saying that they didn't get their money back or anything.
Can you tell us what the rebuttal is?
It's in the notes. It just says the complainant filed a rebuttal that they did not receive the earnest money refund until July 18th, but it was postmarked for July 12th, which is where I got the timeline for them being within the 7-day extension. I don't see it. Let me see. respondent. Yeah, so the earnest money was held by the respondent's principal broker.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine if all I like is I just want the rules to stay consistent.
I understand.
From month to month.
Mhm.
I mean, and if y'all are positive that buyers and sellers can get together and change the statute, I'm fine with that. If we're going to stay consistent with that, I mean.
Well, the rule says absent a compelling reason, and so we could make an argument that a compelling reason could be agreement between the two parties.
I'm fine. I'll move to dismiss this one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Frank, that number 20, case 20, be dismissed per council recommendation. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 28.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember what my. I've got a note on here. It says look on other agreement, but I don't know what that means. But it sure
Well, it
makes
was-
sense about
this-
11 o'clock the other night.
This was an interesting one. It looks like it's two individuals got together and they found a property that they thought would be good to remodel and flip. The one guy was an affiliate broker, and they didn't have necessarily a listing agreement, and but they had text messages where the guy who was the affiliate broker was saying after we fix it up, him and his the respondent and respondent's family member, they would market it to sell it. Well, the complainant seemed to be really upset with their marketing efforts and then made a complaint saying that they listed the property without a listing agreement. But respondent, they didn't provide me with the listing agreement, but respondent sent these text messages where they had this agreement that they would try to market it and sell it and get it off the market. And I guess it just didn't happen within the time frame that the complainant liked. So they filed the complaint and then listed it with a different person and got it sold.
Okay. I think I was trying to tell myself that look at that other agreement that you're referring to that you've seen, and does it counteract anything on here? So
No, it's
Okay.
text messages. It looks like
Okay.
they had an agreement. They just didn't have an actual written up listing agreement, but it doesn't appear that this person was listing it without permission from the owner.
I move to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Second.
Second by Ms. Franks. Motion is to dismiss. Those in favor of dismissing case 28 per council's recommendation, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 30.
I think my first question came maybe like in the third paragraph, and it says their offer was loaded into a VRM portal. What is a VRM portal?
That's what was in the complaint, and I thought that would be language that you all would understand, to be honest, because I couldn't find anything to help me figure out what it was, but I didn't want to leave anything out of it. To be honest, I am not 100% sure what a VRM portal is, and I don't want to speculate as to what it is. But I assumed it was I guess what they use to upload their offers and counter offers. Is that, in your experience, something you've dealt with? Anybody?
I looked it up, voltage regulator module, so
There
I
it
know
is.
that's not right.
Let's go with it.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And I just assumed it was what they used for their offers and counter offers.
And I'd made myself a note further down in that paragraph. I was asking myself, did they have an accepted contract? Because it says after your July 18 date, the next line says, respondent alleges that complainant notified them that their client was accepting the seller's counteroffer on July 19. After respondent received notice that complainant's clients were accepting the seller's counteroffer, Respondent sent a message to the seller portal and advised the seller that the buyers wanted to accept the offer. I was just trying to figure out, did we even have an accepted contract?
So that was my concern as well. It doesn't appear that there was, just based on the information the respondent provided, it doesn't appear that there was an actual acceptance. Well, I guess they did the counteroffer and then the respondent accepted that counteroffer, but from reading this, it sounds like someone else had already.
So it's just a verbal? It wasn't a binding TR contract?
No. So this person just, I guess, was too late and didn't get the contract, but they felt like the way it was done was wrong. But, you know, if there's a contract dispute, that's not something we're going to get involved in. So my recommendation is still to dismiss it.
Okay, I'll move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Well, you have to be quicker, Mr. Moffett. The motion made by Mr. Wood, second by Mr. Diaz, is to accept council's recommendation and dismiss. Those in favor of that motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 33.
33, I think it talks about this was television advertisements.
Yes.
And they're saying that they'll waive their commission if they don't sell it in 59 days.
Right.
But then later on in the paragraph, it states that respondent states that there's little guidance as to the intent and purpose of the real estate commission rule.
So the respondent's attorney had concerns about the rule, and that's something that would be more Anna's side of it. But I think they just didn't read the statute clearly, because it does speak to television advertisements and things like that. But I think their concern was that it didn't specify what the advertisement rule applied to, and I think it was just to say that they felt like it should be more clear. But I don't think that it's not clear. But that was just their opinion, and I didn't leave it out because I want to make sure it's on the record.
But they're saying that was the reason they didn't go by the rules.
No, that's not why they're saying. I think it was just indicative. They wanted to say it as an aside, but not saying that, oh, well, we didn't follow the rules because it wasn't clear, because they did follow the rules. I didn't find any violation. I watched the video, the advertisement. I looked at the screenshots. It had all of the requirements. So there was the firm name. There was a firm phone number. There were no other guarantees. There was nothing else to it. So there was nothing else they needed to put in writing.
But they're saying that if we don't sell your house in 59 days, then we'll not pay nothing. That's all. That's all the rules.
That's it. That's all there's nothing else to it, apparently. So I don't know if we can make a recommendation to discipline them because we believe that there should be more if there's nothing more. I mean, we have nothing else to suggest that.
Most of them that I've seen, they'll say something like, but you have to agree to a price that, maybe that we've agreed to. You can't just, there has to be, well, most of them I see there have something.
Well, the respondent's position is that there is nothing else, and that's why they didn't have anything else in writing, because there's nothing else to it other than they'll waive their commission if they don't sell it in 59 days.
So I think this.
Well, there's no commission if they don't sell it.
Well, no, but I'm going to take Bobby's position, and I think there's more to the story, okay? As an example, on day 60, another broker shows up and sells it, a cooperating broker. Is there a commission due at that point? The cooperating broker hopes to get paid?
According to this guarantee, no.
Well, that's why I don't believe that's everything that's involved in this advertisement.
And I think their remark about that the rule wasn't a good rule or a clear rule, that was their defense for not complying with the rule. I think they realized they didn't comply with the rule and took a shot at the rule.
I don't have anything to suggest otherwise. So I don't want to add to the complainant's complaint or add or take away anything from the respondent's response. So I'm going to stick with my recommendation to dismiss it. But
they did respond through an attorney.
Mm-hmm. And that was
attorneys.
Sometimes they get so tired of being attorneys, they become real estate agents. We heard that today, so.
Do you think if you went back to the respondent or the respondent's attorney and said, what about these questions Commission had, would that help? Would they give you that information?
I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. I mean, with this one.
This commission can ask for more information before it makes a decision.
And what information would you want?
Well, I've got to believe that you can't, there's going to be a commission on day 60 paid, okay? Even though the advertisement might indicate there's not, there's going to be a commission. That's a question to ask him. Well, how does that work? Or is his advertisement only talking about his side of the commission? I mean, those are little factors that come into play when you're
It's
trying
not
to...
typical that they would only talk about one side of a commission.
No.
That's not typical.
And typically, as Bobby said, there's some conditions that come into play, like you better list it for a decent price.
You can't just list it for nothing.
Yeah, it's got to be appraised, or you got to agree to reductions every 30 days, or some condition that's included in that. I mean, that's what I have seen.
And where are we on the 180 days to get this one through?
Oh, well, it's on the report, so it's going to go over. I guess my question would be, if we're looking at the advertisement that's been presented to us and we didn't find any violations in that advertisement, what additional information are we looking for?
Just from my perspective, it's implausible to think that there are no conditions.
I think if we have a complainant who comes forward as a result of this guarantee who's saying, well, they told me I could leave if they didn't sell my home in 59 days, or that their commission would be waived, but they're trying to take a commission now, then perhaps we'll have a better argument for saying, hey, you didn't put all the terms in writing. But we don't have that. The complaint is that this person is making guarantees, but they haven't done anything bad to this complainant. So I think it's a bit premature to try to ask for more information from this person when they haven't necessarily violated their own guarantee or caused any harm to any individual, which is the purpose of our commission here, is to make sure that we're not allowing people to be exposed to predatory things like that. So I think it's premature, to be perfectly honest.
Where I don't think it's premature is that somebody should not be able to gain an advantage by not playing by the rules. And if the rules are you got to give all the terms of the guarantee when you advertise, then they should do that. We shouldn't wait until they've screwed somebody over, then go after them.
But we also can't discipline somebody for not doing something or for doing something wrong when we can't prove that they've done something wrong.
Well, you said you looked at the advertisement, the screenshots. Was all of that information in it?
About the 59-day guarantee?
About the commission?
Yes, it's in writing. It shows up on the screen in writing. So, I mean, I don't think we have any
Either there or
grounds.
it's not.
It showed up on the TV screen?
Yep.
All their terms.
I mean, what this respondent is saying their terms were. I mean, we don't have enough to discipline this person.
That's for you to decide.
I'm advising you that we don't have enough to discipline this person.
Even though he desperately wants to.
I can see that, but listen to your lawyer.
But see, this is where I think commissioners, this is where we bring value. Okay, you may have law value, but we do this every day, you know, and so I think as we should listen to you. You need to extend the same courtesy because we're out there and we're doing these things every day. And this is what I will do. I'd like to make a motion that we offer a letter of instruction to these people, just letting them know exactly what the rules are when it comes to offering guarantees.
Second.
Okay, on the floor is a motion offered by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Frank, that on case number, what are we on?
33.
33, replace council's recommendation with a letter of warning.
Instruction or warning?
Instruction, my mistake, thank you. Discussion on that. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 35.
45, isn't it?
35. I just had made myself a note. There was lots of allegations here. Was this where they were closing on a holiday or something? Or?
Yeah, it was a little bit of that. It was mostly the complainant was irritated by the fact that the closing kept having to be pushed back. And they felt like the respondent should have done more in terms of negotiating on their behalf to give them some incentive to push the closing back. The complainant made some remarks about lack of communication and just being overall irritated by the process. But the respondent, it just seems like they were working with what they could. It wasn't really their fault that things kept getting pushed back, and they did everything they could to try to make sure that there was some incentive for their client to push the closing back, but the complainant just wasn't very satisfied by that. So they filed this complaint, but I don't really see where we should discipline this person based on what we have. So I recommend dismissal.
All right.
The complainant signed the change orders 3 times.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Wood.
Make the motion to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Second by Mr. Moffitt. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 36.
Let's see. I think my question was, because it's saying the respondent is a vacation lodging service, and then it says their affiliate broker license is expired. And then this was just more of a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to have an active affiliate broker license to have a vacation lodging service?
So that but they have both. They're 2 owners, so it's really not an issue here.
Okay, and then at the very end it says, it also appears that the respondent firm operates as a property management company and not as a real estate brokerage.
Right, which is why it really wouldn't be a problem even if they were making an allegation about them not having a real estate license, because they're not operating as a real estate brokerage firm.
Okay, can you tell me what it is about a property management company that doesn't, why do you not have to be licensed?
So for property managers, they just do, they're exempt under the statute, first of all, if they're just, let me look, I don't want to.
Okay, well, let me give you this then, because as I'm looking at the Tennessee Code 6213-102, and it gives a definition of a broker. And when it gives the definition of a broker, it talks about in there that a broker is somebody who negotiates or attempts to solicit or negotiate listing, sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or option. And then it goes on to say it's also a person who collects rent or attempts to collect rents. That's a property manager.
But you also have an exemption in here where in 6213-104 that says a resident manager for a broker or owner or employee of a broker who manages an apartment building, duplex, or residential complex where the person's duties are limited to supervision, exhibition of residential units, leasing or collection of security deposits, and rentals for the property. The resident manager or employee shall not negotiate the amounts of security deposits or rentals and shall not negotiate any lease on behalf of the broker. So if they're doing the things listed here in A1E, and as long as they're not negotiating security deposits or things like that, they're fine.
But that's a specific exemption for an on-site person, right? That's,
And
A resident.
It says a
That's-
resident manager.
that's right. So they're
It doesn't
living
say
there
you
or
have
staying
to
on the
live-
property.
It doesn't say you have to live there. It's
Says a
just a
resident.
resident manager. It doesn't, Anna, does that mean that they have to live on the property to be considered a resident manager?
Let's say they're not living there. I would assume, though, they're probably there 40 hours a week. I mean, it's their job is to stay there. I see this more like in apartment complexes and stuff where they've got an on-site person. That and there are those people out there, but that and if you take a look at the scale of property managers, that is a minute small number. Most property managers are not staying on site, and that's their full-time thing. They're managing, I'm going to call it a lot of times, scattered site places. So I would agree that there's a specific exemption for that, but that's a rare situation. So I guess to go back to this one right here, is this particular property a place where the property manager's working or living on site at all time like that?
Well, I looked up the company, and the complaint is actually against the company. So I looked them up, and it does look like that's what's going on. They have several different units and buildings, and they all look like they're big apartment complexes where they have leasing agents there, or property managers or resident managers there who are available to the tenants 40 hours a week, as you said. So to me, it seems like they would fall under that exemption anyway, even if, they were saying that they were doing these things.
Okay. So really that it really shouldn't say that they appear to be a property manager. It appears to be they're exempt because they're a resident or property manager? I mean, should that be what it says then?
I think either way you say it, they're doing the same thing as what a property management company would do, as was described in that statute. So if you prefer the language to say something else, we can make sure when we move forward, we can say resident manager instead, but
I just want to make sure, again, we're consistent, because last month we started this talk about this too,
Right.
and we were wrong as wrong can be last month about that, because we weren't distinguishing the difference between property managers and resident property, or I guess site property managers. Those are two very different things, and I think we were mixing them up last month. And I just want to make sure we're not mixing them up here too.
And isn't there a difference between a vacation lodging service firm and a property management company? Vacation lodging service, I mean, what's the longest length that they can rent something? So if you're talking about apartments, how are they taking one-year leases?
well, they have a vacation lodging service, and they also have an apartment property management company.
So
it's two
so they took the way of take an 8-hour class and no test, and they put all of their real estate in over here at this vacation lodging service.
I know there are places now, I know specifically in Nashville and some places not very far from here, where it was an apartment building, and then they started to do vacation lodging, and some of the people aren't happy because, there's a lot of people coming and going and not a consistent thing, but that's their problem. That's not my problem. But you're thinking this is a resident property manager?
I do, and
Okay.
also there are two owners, and one of the owners does have a license for real estate also. So I guess the issue was that their license had expired, but the complaint was not regarding anything to do with the transaction of real estate. And they were working off of the vacation lodging service license anyway. So it doesn't really create an issue.
They're not even required to have a principal broker at a vacation lodging service?
No, vacation lodging services are just required to have a designated agent.
This just sounds like somebody very smart that's beating the system to me. Take an 8-hour class, no principal broker, those people cost.
Well, I can't find any violation, so I can't recommend discipline.
I'm going to make the motion to dismiss this.
All right. Motion on the floor to dismiss per council's recommendations made by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Torbett. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously.
Does a vacation, since we were beating on this horse, does a vacation lodging service, do they have to have E&O insurance too?
I believe so. Yes.
For sure.
Co-counsel.
Triple check.
Okay,
Get
we
back to you.
we can go on.
Okay.
38.
Yes.
My question was, is the respondent the owner of the property? Because it says initially, it says respondent's an unlicensed individual.
They didn't file a response, so I don't know. I can't verify that. But at any rate, this is about a lease agreement, which would be like a contractual issue, which isn't in our jurisdiction, and we shouldn't get involved in that. They should go to civil court if that's their complaint.
I guess I was just trying to figure out, are they doing unlicensed activity?
I don't know if they're doing unlicensed activity. I have no way of knowing that.
And complainant gave you no contracts or any documentation?
Oh, man.
Oh, they didn't. The complainant didn't do a very good job then. But well, see,
They don't know to do a good job if
Yeah.
they're not a licensee.
Yeah, but it's one of those two. Well, I'm gonna hush. I'm gonna move to dismiss.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that complaint number 38 be dismissed per council's recommendation. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 41.
Okay, well, this is the one where the listing was withdrawn out of the MLS,
Right.
and then somebody else has listed it.
Right. So the seller, they had a licensee who was helping them sell their house, decided they didn't. I don't know if, well, I'll get to that, but.
Well, let me ask this.
Okay.
Because I think the respondent's answer was, well, it was out of the MLS. Did anybody show you anything that showed that, like it's called a mutual release?
So the seller, who isn't the complainant,
Okay.
came up to the office twice to talk to me about this. This person is elderly and informed me that listing agent, who is the complainant, who wants to try to, I guess, get their commission, they terminated the agreement and didn't want to help the seller anymore, but didn't give them a release form of any type. Just told the seller, don't contact me anymore.
Okay.
So the seller just didn't contact them anymore and moved on. So the complainant gave the seller's neighbor back the lockbox, and essentially it was just like, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. So someone else, the seller went to someone else who's the respondent to try to get help selling this property, and they helped the person. And I guess the complainant didn't appreciate it because they felt they had put time into it, but then I guess at the last minute didn't want to help because things weren't going how they thought it would. So then they filed this complaint in hopes of being able to get us to say, okay, well, you had a valid listing agreement, which isn't something that we should do because we're not determining the validity of any type of contracts, listing agreements, who should get the commission. So that's why I recommended dismissal, because it sounded to me like the complainant was effectively removing themselves from the representation.
Yeah, that's if the seller story is right.
Right.
Okay.
And then the seller had their neighbor sign a statement saying that all of this happened and that they were there to witness it happen.
Yeah.
So,
So did the complainant get an opportunity to hear what the seller said and respond to that? About when the seller came up here and said, I want out. I mean, she told me the listing agent just basically dismissed me.
I emailed back and forth with the complainant.
Okay.
I didn't go into what exactly the seller was telling me, but I did let the complainant know that there were some discrepancies in terms of whether the seller wanted them to continue representation. But I didn't get into detail about that.
Okay, and here's my thing. Technically, I think they probably still had a listing because there was not a mutual release signed. Okay?
And I agree there.
And so they still had a listing. Now, if what the seller says is true, then I think the listing agent has abandoned the seller. And I think the seller has every right to move on. Now, if the seller's not telling the truth, even though it's off the MLS, that listing agent still has a listing. And you got to get that mutual release done.
Yeah, and that's what I was reading in terms of the statute, or not the statute, but in terms of their contract that they had. The response or complainant did send me the listing agreement, and it did show that it was valid until December 31st. But if you tell somebody not to contact you again and you give back the lockbox, I don't know what they're supposed to do. And if you feel like you deserve a commission, you need to go to civil court and you need to fight about it there, not try to get the commission to tell you that you deserve a listing or a commission from a listing. So that's why I recommend dismissal on this one.
I'm going to make a motion that we offer or give a letter of instruction to the respondent, and just reminding them that the MLS is really need to have that mutual release before they get that listing. So that'd be my motion.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Wood has offered a motion to provide this respondent a letter of instruction. Ms. Franks has seconded that motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 46.
Oh. Was this a rebate or a rebate where they're giving money back?
No, this person just was really mad about how the transaction went. And I think they had some emotional connection to their home, which isn't unheard of. And they were trying to make a decision about moving from one city to the next. And their broker or agent wasn't necessarily in the city with them. So they were kind of communicating from a distance. And the seller, who's the complainant, just didn't like how the transaction went.
But I look at the last sentence, and it says complaints issues stem from the complainant having to wait for their money from respondents' discounted commission to arrive in the mail.
So they had something that had to change in terms of the closing, and the complainant wasn't willing to continue with the closing if they didn't get an X amount of money that they thought they were going to get. So in an effort to push this through, the respondent said that they would cut back on their commission to make sure this seller got what they wanted to get.
So did the respondent send a check to that person then?
They got the check, but they just wanted it immediately instead of
when it closed.
Right. And so that was the biggest issue.
But why is that not a rebate of commissions then?
I didn't look at it like that. Explain to me why you look at it like a rebate.
Because if you're saying, here, I'm going to give you some of my commission back, I mean, that's a rebate. Isn't that what they did? Because, I mean...
So what do you think the violation is?
Because our state rule says we can't go giving cash back to people.
Well, I don't think that's what was going on. I think they discounted their commission costs or how much they were charging to try to get this home sold. I don't think it was a rebate.
An agent can discount their commission to the person who's paying them, say the seller. Then the seller could in turn give money to the buyer or even give money as closing costs or do something to the buyer. But an agent cannot give money directly to a client or even a customer on the other side is what this sounds like.
It'd have to be on the closing documents.
Maybe it was. They didn't send me the closing documents, so I don't, well, let me look. Maybe I did. Hold on.
But you just said right here that the respondent sent them a check.
That's what was in their response. But let me just look and make sure.
So the complainant was mad that they were having to wait for the money to come from the respondent, right?
Yeah. And that,
That don't
Hold
jive.
on.
It should have gone company to company if they were going to do that.
All of this should have been handled at the closing table.
yes.
Let me see what's in. Okay. I'm looking at the purchase and sale agreement. Do they have anything?
It may not be in that. Do you have it in the HUD statement?
They didn't give me that.
This could be one that maybe we should wait on and try to get those other pieces.
'Cause it would tell you on the HUD statement.
Or we can assign this file to one of these commissioners up here and let that person take a look at it. and
We're
actually
paying
see.
attorneys. Let the attorneys figure it out.
You don't want to be that person?
I'm not going to be that person. I am not an attorney. I don't practice law.
It's Christmas, John. Nobody wants to.
Well,
Keep
rather than Terry, is there a motion to defer this for 30 days and see if the council can get additional information?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wood. I believe Mr. Moffett seconded that one again. Is there discussion on the motion?
And Kristen, also when you find out about that money, also find out the listing agreement date.
Okay.
I'm wanting to see that because that could be another violation in relation to this pre-listing coming soon thing they were doing.
And y'all just tell me what all y'all want to know so that when I do talk to this person, I'm not missing any information or leaving anything out.
Find out who sent the money. Was it really a check from the respondent? Back
Personally.
to them? Yeah.
I read it like it was from the closing company, that
That's what I would think, but
that the
it
respondent
doesn't.
at the closing table agreed to discount some
It
commission.
doesn't say explicitly, and if that's something that will make y'all feel more comfortable in deciding to dismiss, I don't mind finding that out.
But, I mean, this is why the HUD statement exists, though, so that we
there's
understand
no problem.
where
I
the
just-
money's coming from and who's it's going
I
to.
just don't have it,
And,
so.
That's
you
what
know,
she
if
needs.
if the broker says, don't worry about the HUD document, I'm gonna mail you a check, that's a
No.
problem. That's a problem.
Yeah.
You know.
See,
everything-
then that's why, by the fact that it was coming after the closing, because otherwise, if it was handled on the HUD statement, it all handled everywhere else. I mean,
Yeah. I
you're
mean,
not
'cause-
waiting for this thing to be
same
mailed
day.
to you.
I mean, because the practice is, when you're selling real estate, once you go to closing, and you finish that work, transaction's done. There's no other money changing hands after that.
Right. Okay.
Other than a potential referral fee to another real estate company.
Company to company.
Yeah. All right, the motion is to postpone for 30 days. If any commissioner comes up with an additional question for Kristen to take a look at, that'd be great. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right, our second pack is the December legal report. Ms. Bridges, back to you.
All right, number one on the legal report is 2019-058301. Complainant is the adult son of a victim of alleged investment fraud committed by respondent. Respondent is a licensee, however, their license expired in November 2019. Counsel notes they were broker released from their last firm not long after this complaint was filed. Notice of the complaint was sent to the last known address for respondent, but the mail was returned to sender. This matter has already been referred to the Financial Services Investigation Unit. Counsel recommends this matter be placed in litigation monitoring pending the results of the FSIU investigation into the alleged securities law violations.
You're going to accept counsel's recommendation?
Second.
By Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Wood. Council's recommendation be adopted. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 2.
Number 2 is 063001. Complainant is a licensee. Respondent is the licensed principal broker for a firm where complainant was formerly an affiliate. Complainant alleges failure to supervise. A management change in February 2019 resulted in a new principal broker at complainant's firm. Complainant alleges that they have never seen or met the principal broker and that a non-licensed director of sales is actually responsible for the firm's day-to-day operations. Complainant alleges that the firm's principal broker has little to no involvement in the supervision of the firm and that they are allowing the director of sales to engage in real estate negotiations with buyers and outside agents. Note the director of sales was named as a respondent in the complaint below. Respondent denies complainant's allegations. Respondent states that they are always available by phone and email and that to their knowledge, complainant never attempted to reach out to them with any possible questions or concerns, nor did they reach out to their direct supervisor, division president, contract coordinator, or corporate support staff. Further, there were numerous emails regarding the change in management and their licenses prominently displayed at the office, so there should not have been any question about who they are or how to contact them. Respondent also states that their office's director of sales is allowed to speak with clients concerning their agency or purchase agreements, but that they do not negotiate contracts and that they are not involved in the sales process in any way. Respondent states that they reside out of state, but that they are always available to speak with customers, clients, affiliate brokers, other agents, and any other parties. Respondent also states they speak to the director of sales and contract coordinator regarding any issues that may arise with the firm and that they can easily travel to Tennessee when needed. In rebuttal, complainant states that agents at the firm only spend a few hours each Monday actually working out of the office, so they wouldn't know whether the principal broker's license was on display and still wouldn't know how to contact the principal broker based upon that license alone. TCA 6213309A1A requires that every real estate office have a real estate firm license, fixed location, and a principal broker. There's no express requirement that the principal broker be physically present at the office, but then Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 1260.02.011 states that no licensee shall engage in any real estate activity in any office unless there is a principal broker who devotes his full time to the management of such office. There are 8 licensees currently under respondent supervision. Neither respondent nor any of their affiliate brokers have any prior disciplinary actions, nor does the firm. On this one, I just wanted to recommend a discussion because, I think it's up to the commission to say whether or not a principal broker has to be physically present in order to supervise.
What's the statute say? What did our attorney say the statute says?
Right. So the statute just says that every firm has to have a principal broker, and then there's a rule that says no licensee shall engage in any real estate activity in any office unless there's a principal broker who devotes his or her full time to the management of such office. So we know there has to be a PB and they have to manage it full time, but do they have to be physically present in order to supervise is my question.
So real life, we've got these brokerages that are up in the sky. What do we call those guys?
Cloud.
Not cloud. Virtual offices. Thank you. And so we heard about one of those this morning, an office that's located on West End Drive, and the guy gave the suite number. And if you go to that suite number and go through the door into it, there's a computer terminal. That's the office. It's a virtual office.
Were there people there?
There's
never people
It's
there.
a computer terminal, okay? And in my opinion, it's a business model, and we're not out here to declare what business models are right or wrong, but there's no way that guy can be present or lady or whoever it was referenced as the broker of that firm. So I don't know that we can say unilaterally or totally that, all right, every real estate company has to have a principal broker who's full-time and has to be in the office, because I don't think that's real life.
And honestly, from my experience with Arello, this is something we talk about at every meeting, is supervision and lack of supervision. And now that we have virtual offices, how do we supervise? Their answer would be, we do everything electronically. Nearly every contract that comes through my office is electronic. It's just kind of the world that we're in now. But I can tell you that no state has come up with an answer to this question, so I don't think we need to have to determine that today, except for this case that's before us.
I think in the case you've got an agent and within that brokerage, not somebody outside it, but from within it, complaining that their broker's not available. And their broker's response is, I've got a director of sales there to help them. But our statute also says a broker can't deflect their responsibility off to somebody else. It's the broker's responsibility.
Right. It is absolutely the broker's responsibility to supervise their affiliates. Maybe sort of going off a little bit of what Vice Chairman Franks was getting at. In the real world, every office, especially bigger offices, they're going to have other members of staff who are there to help with the administration and the management of the office. Now, if a violation comes up, those other people, it doesn't matter. You know, the violation is the principal brokers, not them. And a principal broker can't really get out of a violation by saying, well, my director of sales didn't report it, or they didn't tell me, or whatever. But here, the only possible violation would be the failure to supervise. There hasn't been an affiliate broker that has harmed this complainant in any way. The complainant is the affiliate broker. I am leaning towards recommending dismissal because I read the respondent's response as saying we have a system in place to make sure everyone's taken care of, everyone can reach me when they need me. That's the direction I'm leaning in, but again, I think it's the commission's decision to say whether or not this constitutes adequate supervision.
That's the question.
That's the question.
Kind of in your example, though, and there are big offices out there, and they'll have a series of help there. But in this case, I think you said there's 8 licensees?
True.
So if you're putting a director of sales to go along with the broker, you're not expecting the broker to do anything. You're hiring that director of sales to do it all.
Well,
so that's an instead of, not in addition to.
When we get to number 2, I did include the job description for the director of sales, so that'll shine a little bit more light on what the director is actually doing. I don't know if y'all want me to comment on that now, or we can just wait until I read number 2.
Were you in here?
Number 3.
Were you in here this morning when the man said to us that his broker said it was all right for him to do something as long as it didn't come down to him having to supervise them doing it?
No, I didn't hear that. I wasn't here for that.
It's kind of feeling like this way to me on this one.
The question is, how do you define supervise?
That is the question. And I can tell you that some states are trying to come up with that. I know Texas is trying to come up with these things are supervision. As a principal broker myself, I tell people all the time, if you're a principal broker, I don't care what you're getting paid, you're not getting paid enough. Because sometimes they're expected to play God. You know, what's your agent doing in Gatlinburg? The company down here on West End, they got people in Knoxville, they got people in Gatlinburg, they got people in Memphis. So, but their answer to that is, we do everything online, and the principal broker is seeing all of that. I can't imagine sitting and having to read all that every single day, everything that everybody's writing. I get everything sent to me as a principal broker from all of my agents too. But I'm a small company, I'm not thousands of agents. But the supervision, that really has to be defined, and we're seeing that, and there's a push on from every state that we got to come up with a list, and I know that Arello, that's one of the things that we're going to be working on. Sitting here today, we don't have a list of what is supervision.
No. I remember this coming up a lot when we used to have automatic failure to supervise complaints. It was the constant question because our statute very much does not give any guidance on what supervision is. I do want to reiterate, because I think it's very relevant here, that even though with the 8 licensees under their supervision, none of them have any disciplinary history. The firm doesn't have any disciplinary history. The principal broker doesn't have disciplinary history. So If the commission was considering discipline in this case, I think a letter of instruction would be appropriate, but I wouldn't recommend any monetary penalties or education, simply because we don't really have, again, we don't have a violation here. We have a complainant who used to work at this firm alleging the principal broker's not around enough, but there's been no consumer harm.
Well, we don't know if there has been or not.
Well, if there has, they haven't
just
told
haven't
us about it.
Most consumers don't know they have an avenue to complain,
Well, except for the ones that do.
except for the 90 a month we get.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Bobby, you still have the floor.
I'm gonna make a motion then, and we'll see if we can go forward. I'm gonna make a motion of a $500 civil penalty for failure to supervise.
Second.
All right, motion is on the floor for Mr. Wood. The motion is to offer this principal broker a $500 civil penalty for failure to supervise. Discussion on the motion.
Well, I guess the one comment I'll make, I say, we don't know what the definition of supervision is, but this doesn't look like it. And so I think that's kind of where we are right now until we get further instruction.
Okay.
All right.
And I'll say, Bobby, the problem I have is what you've reiterated a couple times today is consistency. And there's a place downtown doing a virtual office, and there's hundreds of those, and they're not getting the $500 doc. This one is someone who maybe has a little axe to grind with their old office. And, you know, it's not like this guy's done something blatantly wrong, or girl or whoever it is has done something blatantly wrong that, you know, we should fine them, because the supervision, until it's defined, it's just, I mean, you could probably hit lots and lots and lots of people that, and if you just, every time that somebody gets mad and leaves an office or is dismissed from an office, they come in and say, hey, they didn't supervise me. So that's where I'm a little bit torn on it.
Okay, so.
Are you a principal broker?
I don't manage an office, but I am a principal broker.
All right, the motion offered by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Diaz, $500 civil penalty to the principal broker for failure to supervise. If you're in favor of that motion, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no.
No.
No. Let's roll call.
Where'd she go?
Anna, roll call it. Just go from left to right.
Commissioner Wood,
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffitt,
No.
Vice Chair Franks,
Yes.
Chairman Grease,
No.
Commissioner Stacy Torbett,
No.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
No.
Commissioner Joe Begley.
In the opinion of the chair, that motion failed. So the floor is open for a second motion.
Motion to dismiss.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Begley, that this complaint be dismissed. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. All right, number 3.
Number 3 is 2019-063111.
Is there a motion?
Motion to dismiss.
That motion by Mr. Diaz to accept council's recommendation. It was seconded by Mr. Wood to dismiss. Discussion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 4, Ms. Downey.
All right. Number 4 is 2019-060881. Complainant is a former
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. But your recommendation is litigation monitoring.
Yes.
Is it necessary to read all this in at this point?
Oh.
Is that, you need to say that louder, okay?
I can just explain.
Just give me a couple
Okay,
sentences.
so let me make sure I got the right one. Okay, so basically there's this discrepancy between a former real estate licensee and this LLC. The former real estate licensee is alleging that the respondent LLC is trying to get money from a real estate transaction. However, they are tied up in litigation right now with respect to that specific issue, and I'm not fully convinced that, based on what I have that they were trying to get money from a real estate transaction per se, because this Respondent LLC seems to be a subdivision developer. So I just don't think it's best that we try to make a recommendation, and litigation monitoring is probably the best thing for us to do right now.
And to the new guys on our block, usually when there's a litigation monitoring, we nearly always say we'll accept litigation monitoring, because if a case carries in the court, then it'll come back to us and we can do something. But if it fails, then we didn't need to do anything anyhow. So that's why we usually accept their recommendation on litigation monitoring.
We're not subject to the decision of the court, but
No.
they generally gather information that we don't have, which helps
Right.
us in our decision. So is there a motion to accept council's recommendation?
So moved.
Mr. Diaz makes that motion. Mr. Moffett seconds it. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 5.
Number 5, 2019-06-1351. Complainant is a real estate licensee. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant alleges that respondent mismanaged HOA fees. Complainant states that one of respondent's employees contacted complainant, informing them that 6 checks had been lost. Complainant issued new checks. Complainant alleges that in May 2019, respondent's employee contacted complainant, informing them that the 6 checks were found and would be returned to respondent. The checks were mailed out on June 10, 2019. Complainant states that on June 17, 2019, respondent's employee contacted them again to inform them that another check had been lost. Complainant is requesting that the commission investigate and take emergency action to correct the mishandled funds. Respondent states that the commission should investigate respondent's capabilities as a managing broker, as respondent suffers from extreme short-term memory loss and does not run the office, but rather allows the receptionist to manage the office. Respondent filed a response stating that the receptionist did contact complainant, informing complainant that their checks had been misplaced in the office. Respondent states that complainant's June check did not arrive in the envelope with the other checks, and they did not receive it. Respondent states that the reason for the HOA's financial difficulties is due to complainant's failure to pay HOA fees from 2012 until 2016, as complainant owned at least 15 units at the time. Complainant states that the Homeowners Association filed civil lawsuits against respondent to collect over $100,000 in delinquent dues. My recommendation was a letter of instruction regarding reasonable skill and care, just because they do keep losing checks, and I just don't think that as a real estate licensee, you should be checks in that way. So,
But my question is, we don't have jurisdictions over HOAs, so why do we have this?
well, it's a real estate licensee involved in the transactions. And my initial thought was to dismiss it, but it just seemed like they were mishandling the funds that were brought in.
Well, I don't feel like we have jurisdiction over it. If it had been made, if it were earnest money accounts or something like that, I think that'd be different. Anna, what do you think about our jurisdictions on HOA?
I think the reason that it was referred to the real estate commission in the first place is because it is a real estate firm. But if the underlying matter has to do with the homeowners association fee issue, then I don't think we necessarily have jurisdiction over the disputes regarding checks. But I do not necessarily see a harm in sending a letter of instruction, since they are a licensed firm. I guess I'm confused with what the relationship is with the real estate firm, what their
Why they're even doing HOA collection of monies.
That was confusing to me.
So that's the confusing part to me. So if they're collecting money and holding it in a trust account, it seems kind of weird, like why that would be occurring. I don't think that's standard practice. that a firm is involved with a homeowners association, so I think it could go either way. You could dismiss it or you could send a letter of instruction. But ultimately, homeowners association issues we usually don't get involved with.
Okay, I make a motion that we send a letter of instruction.
Can we monitor this litigation? Because, I mean, just character-wise, if there's $100,000.
I know.
It's kind of something you'd want to know.
Go ahead, Anna.
If the litigation is amongst the parties, then we could put it into litigation monitoring. But again, we have the same issue here. If they're settling with the homeowners association, ultimately that's not really going to have much impact.
And I'll add, I also don't know if this litigation is still going on. That wasn't really the complaint, so neither party provided me with any court documents showing that the litigation was still ongoing and never alluded to the fact that it was ongoing. So I don't even know if it's proper to put it in monitoring status.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to accept council's recommendation. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Begley. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 6.
2019-061281. Complainant is a real estate licensee and respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant states that respondent's advertisement on Facebook is inaccurate. Complainant states that respondent failed to include the firm telephone number in many of their posts. Complainant alleges that respondent also uses homes/other listings from other real estate companies/agents with respondent's name and number without a brokerage number. Complainant included a timeline with each date of the violation ranging from February 28, 2019 through July 11, 2019. Respondent filed a response stating that they do not post paid advertisements daily as claimed by the respondent. Respondent states that they do post generally on social media almost daily. Respondent states that they follow the rules, and as viewers see their posts via Facebook and Instagram, they are the required information is located in their bio section on Instagram and in the About and Our Story sections on Facebook, which is viewable one click away from the original source. Respondent attached screenshots. Respondent states that their team generally gives credit to other brokers/listing agents when posting other listings. Respondent states that they have a theme every Monday in which they post a local listing that has interesting or out-of-the-box features. When they post listings that are not their own, they always include in the captions the names of the listing agents as well as the brokerage they are affiliated with. Respondent states that they do not generally include the phone number of the brokerage office in the actual post, but they do post a link of the listing from the public MLS system, which does state that the listing agent and brokerage's phone numbers. Respondent attached examples of advertisements referred to by complainant. Counsel reviewed the attached documents. It appears that the advertisements do include the information required by Rule 1260.02.13.3e. Respondent states that they have permission to post the listings, but they did not provide this in writing on the listing. However, respondent does provide the listing agent's information in the post. I think that they should get a letter of instruction regarding the writing requirement for posting the listings of other licensees, but this person, they don't have a history of any wrongdoing, and I looked at these postings, and they have the information that's required, and if you go to their social media, it does follow the one-click rule. So I think the only thing they did wrong was with respect to posting other people's listings and not giving enough information about who they belong to and which firm and all the stuff required under the rule.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Then we're going to talk about this.
As we will. Mr. Diaz makes a motion to accept council's recommendation. Mr. Begley seconds that motion. Ms. Franks.
Excuse me. So, there's a thing called IDX. Bobby can explain this better than I. He's on the Rural Tracks board. And I have the IDX on my Franklin Realtor site, and you can click on that and you can see every listing that RealTracs has. I don't know if others do that, but that is a form of social media too, really, I guess.
Well, my question was, on this 126002.123E, that says that no licensee shall advertise property listed by another licensee without written authorization from the property owner. Did they give you that?
And that was why I recommended what I did, because they didn't provide me with that, and they did say that they had permission, but they didn't have it in writing, and I think they should know. It seems like they didn't realize that they were supposed to get a writing from the property owner, which is why I think a letter of instruction is more appropriate than a civil penalty, just to let them know that they can't keep doing that, even though they get verbal permission from these owners.
Is that what was voted on at last month's meeting?
That is what I proposed to do away with,
I'm sorry, what was it now?
this rule. This is what I proposed to do away with.
That's
And because I think it's antiquated.
And that might be what swayed me to say a letter of instruction too, because you do have such open ways to communicate with people through social media. So I mean, I agree with you there, but I do think it's a part of the rules, and you do have to follow them, and
Sure
you
do.
do have to be aware. So that was my thought.
We have a motion.
To
Mr. Bagley seconded that. Okay, that's the motion on the floor to accept council's recommendation. Is there further discussion? Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes on a 6 aye, 1 no vote. Mr. Wood, I'm sorry, thank you, 5 aye, 1 no vote. All right, we're going to do something unusual today, and let's take a break for lunch. We'll reconvene at about 10 till 1. Okay? We're not adjourned, we're recessed. Yeah, good deal. Business. Oh. So I got to figure out where the staff is.
We'll have to put that in our GPS.
Just stay close, okay?
Famous last words.
It's about a
It is not walkable.
No.
He's like, hold on. You were so close.
I know.
So close.
Mr. White, we've got some unfinished business with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I call your attention back to the education agenda and number 8 involving Courtney McMahon or McMahon. I have found additional information, and in the I had placed in the bio what I thought was pertinent, but there was some more information I need to pass along, and that would be that she ran a business for some 20 years from the year 2000, which was a beauty studio, and she...
Wait a minute. So is she like a hairstylist?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it was, as I see, it's a broad range of beauty services she provided or still provides, but from cutting hair to performing scalp treatments, typical duties including shampooing, cutting, styling hair, and so forth. But she maintained control. She's the owner of that, and I believe she's not in that business anymore. At any rate, 2017, as pointed out in the bio, she became a realtor. She started off with Keller Williams in 2009, I believe 2009, and now she's with Synergy. So, no, I'm sorry. She started off with
2017.
Keller Williams in 2017, and now she's with Synergy. So, be that as it may, so she points out in her documents that she believes that this simple course, and she does have a syllabus that explains social media and keeping it simple. She points out that she is an entrepreneur with 21 years of experience in building and helping out in 2 businesses that she's been associated with, the real estate and the beauty studio. And she attributes those successes to the hard work and also social media. So she feels like she has a unique role in that, and she feels like she has the training or the experience necessary. And as a realtor, she believes that she can now point out some things. And again, the syllabus shows it's just your basic 1-hour course on social media.
So, has she had any education in social media or any education on education?
That is not.
Did she take the what's that class, Bobby? To be a instructor.
It's like a train the trainer class or
has
something
she
like
had
that.
She has a background from trees. Educational real estate school background. Again, the course that she's presenting is very straightforward and very simple in a 1-hour format, and everything else is in order.
But once you approve her, she can teach any class she wants to teach.
Well, that
Pretty
would
much.
be, you know, if a class exists that she works some type of business deal with a provider, you know, we're going to look to them for, if they hire her to do that. Now, if they have the course and they hire her to perform that course, there are many instances, however, this is not a requirement, where providers will send me and let me know that they have considered this person as a new instructor for their organization. So that happens. And so
So
you
does she
could then-
have a provider now?
No, she's wanting to
She's
become
wanting to open her own
a
school?
provider. She's wanting to open up her own school, and so that makes this one a little bit more, and I think that brought out your questions. But what I see in her background is a motivation to teach this simple, you know, social media to real estate, and she feels her goal is to help learn a few tips to help you get control of the social media for your real estate business while keeping it simple. That's kind of straightforward.
So there's no way to just approve her for that one course, is there? We have to approve her as an instructor, period, not just for that one course, correct?
Oh, right. Once she becomes an instructor, then she's an instructor and can work for any provider in Tennessee. But if she presents more courses herself, which I don't know that's her intent, but she could, then she would present them here and you would review them. So,
But she's not going through any provider, so she doesn't have help from a provider school teaching her. I just know when I took that education class, I learned a lot about being a teacher. I would love to see her take that class so that we would have some way, and I know we can't require her to, but I have a problem with somebody that just has a high school diploma and has been a hairstylist for 20 years and has been a realtor for 2 years, starting her own school and starting to teach real estate. I just have a problem with that. So for that reason, I'd like to deny her request. I make a motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Woods, that this request to be certified as an instructor by TREC be denied. Discussion.
My concern is she doesn't have enough education right now to even run a real estate office, but we're going to allow her to teach CE, and that's my concern.
And I think, in due time, that, I'd love to see her be an instructor. I don't know this person, don't know anything about them. I think she just needs some more experience under her belt about real estate if she's going to be teaching realtors or licensees.
But if she were to come back at some future date with that train the trainer class in her
I'd
belt.
be fine with it then.
All right, so it sounds like there's a window of opportunity there. So,
Mr. Wood or Commissioner Franks, that trainer course, is that, how long is that course? Or is that
It's a 2-day course.
it's a 2-day course?
And they teach it at a lot of, and I'm not sure where she's from. Where's she from?
Marshall County, Lewisburg, Tennessee.
Okay, so I know that Williamson County Board offers it, and so does Nashville. I don't know if her board does or not. I'm not sure.
all right, I think we've discussed this.
Yeah, call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. The question's been called for. The motion is to deny the request. Any discussion? Sorry, you can't. The question's been called for. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. White. All right, we're on number 7 in the second package.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
do we need any further action on course D8, or is that course likewise denied?
Good call.
We excluded it, so we didn't vote on it. Do we need to vote?
I make a
down?
motion that we do not authorize that class.
Second.
Okay, the motion is to not certify a particular class that was to be offered by Ms. McMahon,
D8.
D8. And that motion is made by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz. I'm just trying to, in my mind, the course material was satisfactory to Mr. White.
Doesn't have an instructor, and she's the only sponsor.
Well, that's so, you can get a course certified and not have an instructor, I think. Or can you?
Yeah, well,
I would hate to certify that and somebody else start teaching the class that she's wanting to
It's
teach.
her,
though.
it's her information.
Yeah.
It's proprietary.
that is correct. I mean, she put the class together. It's a very simple, straightforward type, teach you about social media. I know that many are challenged with that, but particularly that's something that the real estate industry would be interested in. Her background, although lacking, it does have, I mean, she's had experience, and but just not maybe as in the commission's estimation to be an instructor. The class itself, though, is very simple and straightforward, and just as it says, there you go.
It's not the only class in social media that we've approved. There's lots of them out there.
That is correct.
And I would add that if she takes that has a little more experience, her course material may change as she learns more and gets more experience. An earlier question that I had was about complying with the advertising guidelines on social media. From your estimation, the course didn't contain any information on that specific aspect of advertising. And I would think as she gained more experience, she might realize that information needs to be part of her class as well. So I would hesitate to approve this class simply because I don't know if it's a complete education for our licensees. I just don't know.
Okay, let's vote. The motion is to deny certification for this particular class. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Now, thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Kelsey, are we with you, number 7? Kristen.
Still me.
Kristen.
All right, number 7, 2019-06-1401. Complainant is an out-of-state resident. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant states that they lost their home in a fire out of state. Complainant was looking for a unique home in Tennessee. They saw a home with a sign in the yard and contacted the listing agent, who told them that it was under contract. Complainant was leaving the next day, so they knocked on the door and told the owner that if the contract fell through, they would like to see it and possibly make an offer. Later that night, their agent called them, letting them know that they could see the house the next day. Respondent met met them at the door, and complainant asked respondent if there were any restrictions due to the historic designation. Respondent informed them that there were no restrictions and that the home could be bulldozed if they wanted. This seemed odd to complainant, but they gave an offer which was accepted. They ordered an inspection and looked into whether there were any restrictions. They received a copy of a quitclaim of an easement over the entire property, which was signed by the owner in 2016. This easement was a very restrictive easement that did not even allow complainant to install a barbecue grill without permission. Complainant contacted the listing agent regarding this issue. The listing agent advised that they would return the earnest money and the money for the inspection. Complainant states that they were victimized by the respondent, and complainant states that they also received an email from respondent's spouse that was filled with lies and accusations. Respondent filed a response stating that they received a call from the complainant real estate licensee. Well, this person was licensed out of state, not in Tennessee, but anyway, received a call from the complainant real estate licensee regarding the subject property. Respondent informed them that the home was under contract with an inspection contingency, which was stated in the MLS, and that there was no reason to show the property. Respondent states that they listed the home with their spouse and it is 200 years old. The home has been listed on the National Register of Historic Places since the early 1980s, and 2 years ago the sellers put the 2.3 acres the home sits on under the protection of the Land Trust of Tennessee. This was done to prevent the 2.3 acres of land from being subdivided if they died and the home was sold. The owners felt that taking away too much of the land would take away from the home's beauty and historic significance. Respondent states that they clearly stated in the MLS listing and their advertisement that the home is on the National Historic Register and protected by the Land Trust of Tennessee. Respondent states that the subdivision where the home sits has restrictions as to what owners can do with the property. I recommended a letter of warning regarding reasonable skill and care because I just think based on the fact that it's on that historic register, that's something that they should have known about the fact that there would be restrictions, and telling someone that it could be bulldozed is probably not reasonable to say. So I don't think it rises to the level of a civil penalty, but I definitely think a letter of warning and doing your due diligence and what can and cannot be done to a property is pretty important and should be addressed.
Franks.
So, the house I live in now and the house before the one I live in now were both on the National Historic Registry. It is true, you can bulldoze those properties. What happens then is that you lose the historical registry. If you alter them in a certain way, that's, say you put a contemporary back end on this historic house, they'll take you off the historic registry. They can do that. But it is true that you can bulldoze them if you decide to do that. But then it comes down to what the local restrictions are. In Williamson County, if you cannot bulldoze them, if you have to build them, most people will keep the framing of the house. Mm-hmm. And redo the whole house, but they have to keep the original framing of it. So I don't know where this took place, but that's also another consideration. And then the third thing, we owned a property with 57 acres in Thompson Station, Tennessee, and we put it in the land trust. Now, when you put property in the land trust, you get some tax credits for doing that. And you cannot do anything to change it once it's on that. So it all comes down to where this property is really located. I will say that anybody could probably tell it was a 200-year-old house. So I kind of fault the buyer and the seller both into not looking in it a little more carefully, because both had the opportunity to do that. And this realtor has been licensed since 2002, so probably they knew it was an old house, but it was true. It could be bulldozed.
So my question is, are you agreeing with council's recommendation?
Well, just to let you know, it's in a county where it can't be. It's not supposed to be. So if that changes your thoughts on it at all.
Then that changes my
Okay.
thoughts.
Okay.
That's why I had that caveat, so maybe it couldn't. So then I find more fault with the Realtor. Was the Realtor from that county also, the licensee from that county also?
I want to say yes, but let me look.
Because somebody from Knoxville could sell a house in Williamson County.
Wasn't that realtor living in the house?
Yes, that realtor.
So they would know.
The Realtor lived in the house.
No,
Yeah.
they're from that county also.
Then they should have known.
So what does that mean to you?
Reasonable skill and care, and I would make a motion that we have a penalty of $500 for reasonable skill and care. But I'd also like to give them some sort of education. What education can we give them?
I don't know. Let me talk first, and we'll see.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I think the listing agent, they put in the MLS that it was in the National Historical Registry, didn't it?
They did, but they also told the complainant that they could bulldoze the home, which we just discovered it's in a county where you really can't. So it's just like misinformation and.
But I'm also thinking part of the contract too. A buyer has their opportunity to do a due diligence and check the place out. I mean, so.
And that's ultimately what happened. The contract didn't go through because they found that out, but it was the fact that they had made the offer based on what they were told. And, you know, I didn't think it rose to the level of a civil penalty, but I definitely think they should be more careful in, you know, how they're conducting themselves and what information they're giving out.
But the bulldozing comment, that's what the complainant said. The respondent didn't say, well, I did tell them it,
They
did they?
didn't say they didn't. They didn't say they did.
Well, that's
they
probably
just
why.
didn't say, they didn't address the bulldoze comment, but they didn't deny it either. So.
You can say maybe it didn't happen. So this is my thinking. I'm going the other way now. I'm now showing grace. I don't think it's. I would say dismiss it. I mean, because I think they put it on the MLS. What else should they had to done?
I mean, my issue is the answer to the direct question. The buyer asked, are there any restrictions on this property? And he said, no, you can bulldoze it. And he should have known, because he put the information on the MLS, that that's not true.
That's assuming that's a correct statement.
You only have what we have in the record.
Nope. Like I said, they didn't deny it. They didn't say that they did say it. All we have is that the complainant is saying that's what they were told.
If I didn't say something, you better believe I'd be saying I didn't say that. Especially bulldoze a historic property.
And he had a full chance to respond, or she. I don't know.
So, Marcia, it's back to you.
Did I get a second?
Not yet, but Bobby,
I'll do a second.
Bobby, put you on hold for a second.
4-hour contracts class.
4-hour contracts, class, and $500 penalty.
Above and beyond what's required for
Above and beyond what's required
in 180 days.
in 180 days. Takes
All
two,
right,
doesn't it?
does the motion need to be repeated?
Please don't.
If it passes, the licensee will be offered a civil penalty of $500 and an additional requirement to complete a 4-hour contracts course within 180 days of signing the civil penalty the consent agreement. That 4 hours will not count toward other continuing education requirements. That's the motion, as I understand it. I think we're ready to vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote. I can do that calculating, can I?
He's quick on
You
math.
give me hand signals. 2, 3. All right, number 8.
All right, 2019-061411. Complainant is a Tennessee resident. Respondent is a former real estate licensee with a retired license. And I want to make a comment there. At the time this happened, this person's license was not retired, but it currently is. Complainant states that they retain respondent's property management services for a single family home that they own. Respondent was to start management on June 1st of 2017. Under the agreement, respondent was to provide complainant with monthly reports and remittances 45 days after receipt of the monthly rent. Respondent has failed to provide the monthly reports, and rent was not provided timely. Complainant states that they did not receive the rent for November and December of 2018 until March 2019. Complainant states that the rent is now in arrears $9,000. Complainant states that they terminated the agreement with respondent on July 8th of 2019 in writing and spoke with respondent that same day. Respondent assured them that reports would be provided to complainant as soon as possible. However, complainant has not received them. Complainant also states that respondent said that they would not be able to give the 6 months of rent money until August 2019. Complainant states that they have not received the money. Respondent filed a response stating that the issue with complainant has been resolved. Respondent states that complainant has received the money less bills, property management fees, and tenant security deposit. Complainant filed a rebuttal stating that the funds have been deposited into their account. However, the check for the security deposit in the amount of $1,650 was returned unpaid due to insufficient funds. Complainant states that they spoke with respondent and they indicated that the funds would be taken care of towards the end of the month. My recommendation was a civil penalty of $500 for violation of Rule 1260-02-09. Anna and I were discussing this. And because this person was licensed at the time of this complaint was filed, and because they were an affiliate broker up under principal broker, they do fall within jurisdiction of the commission, and they don't fall up under an exemption.
Commissioners.
So it looks like there's two problems here. And really, the principal broker, this is an affiliate broker. I've got a problem with the principal broker because they're the one that should have been overseeing the return of this money. And so was the $1,650 return check, was that made by the real estate company or was it made by this licensee?
Let me look and see if they sent me that. Hold on. I think the person did of the check, but I could be wrong. I'm thinking about a different case. They didn't attach a copy of the check here, so I don't know who signed it, but I'm thinking it was the property. Oh, you found it. Okay. It looks like it's signed by the respondent. Not the actual, well, but the check is from the management company. Yeah, that's the management company. Yeah.
So this affiliate owns the management company? Or they have check signing privileges?
They don't own, let me see, hold on. I don't think they own it, but I believe they do have check signing privileges. But let me just check here, see.
But was it on the company, or was it on the respondent's checking account?
It looks like the check is actually from the management company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say it came from the general account.
But what does it say?
It says.
I'm just saying because it actually has their name on the check, so I'm thinking it's their account.
No, I think it is too.
Oh,
I just
okay.
don't think it came from the escrow account.
Oh.
And don't security deposits have to be kept in a separate escrow account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it was not. Okay, so don't let me forget, I want to come back to the principal broker. I'm going to make a, let's see, what do I want to say?
Motion.
I want to make a motion for a $1,000 penalty. What kind of education?
Well, I think, are you going to do it for skill and care, not exercising reasonable skill and care? But then there's also a proper accounting issue also.
But that's going to go to the principal broker. I'm going to get that next.
Well, but this person was doing the property management, their licensee.
But it wasn't a check from an escrow account or the company.
I thought she said it was a company
It was
check.
a company check.
It was from the company, but
But it says on their
general account.
but it has the company name on the check.
Intermingling of funds.
That's not good.
So,
I think you need to do what you're going to do right here on this like affiliate and then open one against the broker.
right, that's
what
what
you
I'm
need to do.
intending. Okay, so $1,000 civil penalty and, for reasonable skill and care. And, what kind of class? I always like to give education, because really I'd rather them learn than just pay a fine. To me, it's more about learning than money.
That's a great point.
If they're retired, are they?
Oh, are they
obligated to
retired?
take the
Yeah, they're
class?
retired.
Yeah,
They're retired
We
now.
were just talking about that.
Okay, then just $1,000 penalty. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion and second properly made by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Wood. Now, I have one question for you all. So was the affiliate, the licensee affiliated with the property management company? Or is that a bogus property management company?
When they retired their license, was their principal broker the same person that owns that property manager? Is that what you're asking, John?
I've got her.
That's what, yeah,
It's affiliated. Yes, that person was affiliated there.
was affiliated there.
Yes.
Okay. So that company exists, it's licensed, it does have a principal broker. Which I just want to make sure I had that said before we get to the next motion I think is coming.
Oh, I thought you.
All right, further discussion on the motion to offer a $1,000 civil penalty. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Either Ms. Franks or Mr. Wood.
Okay. Make a motion that we open up a complaint against the broker in this situation,
Principal broker.
principal broker.
You second that?
I second it.
All right, that motion is properly on the floor. It's for discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 9.
2019-062151. Complainant is a Tennessee resident. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant states that one of respondent's listings that they allege to have personally remodeled and listed for sale is not fit for sale. Complainant states that upon inspection of the home, they found that the home had previously burned, and the respondent remodeled over some of the previously burned rafters and painted some of them to cover the smell. Complainant states that the charred rafters are visible and can be broken apart with just a couple of fingers. Complainant states that the roof sheathing and rafters were charred badly and needed to be replaced. The inspector stated that the roof was so weak that a man could easily fall through the roof if he had to get onto it. Complainant states that the house should be fixed properly before being put on the market and should not be on the market at all at this time. Complainant states that it is not ethical to try to sell a remodeled house in such a dangerous condition. Complainant attached pictures and uploaded a video of the inspection. Respondent filed a response stating that they are taking several actions in order to offer any potential customer a safe home. Respondent states that they removed the house from the market so that they can have the damages evaluated by professionals. They have made appointments with a roofing contractor and a structural engineer to evaluate and estimate the replacement of the damaged roof, and based on their recommendation, respondent will move forward to correct the damage. Respondent states that they were aware of the previous fire and had been told that the previous owners had repaired the damage and had a new roof installed. Respondents state that they spoke to several different contractors giving opinions on it, and none of them told respondent that the structure was affected, so respondent assumed that it was in compliance with the state and county code. Respondent states that during the open house, they disclosed to the customer that there was a fire and repairs made by previous owner. Respondent's principal broker filed a response stating that they were not aware of any issues with the subject property. Respondent states that they spoke with the respondent regarding the principal broker states that they spoke with the respondent regarding the complaint and damage present in the house. Respondent informed the principal broker that during the renovation, they had the damage evaluated by contractors, and in their opinion, the house did not warrant additional repairs, and they listed the house under the impression that it was safe. Respondent's principal broker states that after reviewing the complaint and the video provided, they instructed respondent to remove the property from the market until it can be evaluated and repaired accordingly. Respondent's principal broker states that respondent is in the process of enlisting services from a roofing contractor, a structural engineer, and working to contact building code enforcement to ensure that the structure is repaired and up to state and national standards. The principal broker also states that they have instructed the respondent to make available written documents of all repairs related to the damage, as well as any structural reports and or evaluations to any future potential buyers prior to the submission of any offer. Complainant filed a rebuttal stating that the respondent has put the home back on the market, but the roof still has not been replaced because it has the same shingles on it. Complainant states that this is unacceptable. So my recommendation was for a letter of warning regarding the duty owed to parties pursuant to 6213-403. I looked at the videos and the pictures, and it is so clear that it was just painted over. Like it, I don't know how anybody would think otherwise. And also, the contractor who did the video, like he said, or they said, they touched it and it just crumbled. Like, it's really, really bad. And I think you do have a duty to let someone know if a home is in that bad of shape. So I think a letter of warning would be appropriate in this situation.
So, but there was no contract or anything. It was just somebody looked at the house and then they made this complaint, right? They didn't buy the house, or?
They didn't buy it. No, they definitely didn't buy it.
Inspection.
They got as far as, did they write a contract on it?
Well, I think, let me go and look back.
I don't know if they got an inspection.
I don't think, no, they
just
didn't.
inspected it themselves.
I see, okay.
Well, they had an inspector come in, so I'm under the impression that there was some sort of contract on the house that allowed for them to have an inspection done.
So, to me, the seller is the one that's the problem here, more than the realtor. You know, I don't climb up in attics. If I was listing a house up, you know, I would ask, you know, and I would only know what they know. I don't go in crawl spaces, but that's where a lot of stuff happens, is in a crawl space.
And I guess that's my question.
The licensee is the owner of the house, the seller of the house?
They, to have personally remodeled and listed for sale.
Oh, yeah. That is true.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
they
a
own
different
it.
story.
That's
Okay.
what it is. They
All right.
own it.
All right, so they need, that's really bad. They are
But isn't that the
responsible.
job of a home inspector to point that out? I mean, and
What if you painted over the burned stuff, though?
But I think that's a different issue. That's not a license issue. That's a seller maybe not disclosing properly issue. But that's not a problem with their real estate license. I don't know. Otherwise we're going to start everybody who doesn't find something they don't like in a house. And just because this particular buyer found the condition unacceptable, the next person may find it. I mean, we've all sold homes that we would have thought was a hunk of junk, but they loved it. It was their hunk of junk.
Yeah.
You know, so
That's right.
I don't know that we want to get into the condition of it and holding agents responsible for listing perfect houses.
No,
But they owned it.
agent is the seller.
They owned the house.
Yeah.
Let me just make sure that the agent is the seller before we move forward, because
Well, but I mean,
just
even
wanna-
still,
That goes to fraud, even.
well, but even still, they disclosed that there was fire damage, and then they also state in the record that they had testimony from experts that said the structure was safe and that it was okay to move forward. So
they didn't provide me with any of that stuff, though.
in their response, they said they did.
Yeah, they didn't give me the report or anything, so I have no way of knowing that they actually
proof.
had
I see.
contractors that said that. So, I mean,
Well, if I had that, I would have provided that to you, I believe.
Well, they said that in the response, but then in the principal broker section, like now we have,
Did you make sure your mic's?
they are in the process of enlisting services from a roofing contractor, structural engineer, working to contact building code. So it's kind of like, to me, at first they said they had already done that, and now they're just now enlisting it. So it would have already been enlisted from the second paragraph, but it was moved to the third paragraph.
Sounds like they were hoping somebody like me would come along that wouldn't go up there in that attic. So there you have it.
What do we want to do, Commissioners?
Well, I think I'm waiting to determine that the listing agent was also the property owner.
Yeah.
Okay, was there a question I missed? I'm sorry.
Yes, is
The owner,
the respondent owner.
that's what it looks like to me.
We got to know that for sure.
I
though.
know, and that's why I'm taking my time to look and just make sure. Just give me a couple minutes.
Your purchase and sale agreement written?
They did not provide that to me.
And also,
Okay,
there's no
let's-
statement of personal interest.
This says respondents
No, none of
states
that.
that they were aware of the previous fire.
So I think
it's
Anna
just
will
owner.
look into
Anna
it, and we
And we
can.
can come back to it. Anna's gonna look at it for me. It's just the way that this person talks about the home, it sounds like they are the owner, but I just want to make sure before we make a decision, and we can come back to this one.
Because where they were the listing agent, though, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we can come back.
Okay, number 10.
All right.
Related to.
2019-06.
Okay, timeout.
I'm sorry.
Is 10 related to 9?
No, 10 is related to 11.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay.
But,
It's litigation monitoring, so do you want me to give you a short
yes.
overview of it?
Absolutely.
Okay, because it's really long. All right, so what happened was this complainant is a licensed firm. The respondent was their previous principal broker. Well, I guess the respondent was becoming increasingly unhappy working there, so they decided they were going to leave. But before they left, according to the complainant, they attempted to take a bunch of their clients, stole from them, took a number of software pieces from their computers and things like that. So then the respondent is coming back and saying they didn't do anything wrong, they didn't take any listings from them, they had an agreement to not represent this person who they claim stole their property listing. They claim they got permission from them to continue representing and so on and so forth. They didn't steal, they didn't do all this stuff. Well, they have sued this person in general sessions, and it has since been moved up to circuit court based on all these allegations. So I think the best thing to do is to put it in litigation monitoring. And the other complaint that is related to this is against this respondent's spouse. The respondent's spouse is also a broker, and they were involved in removing and keeping lock boxes. So I think we need to wait for both, because they were both sued. And it's just a lot of questions in the air about who did what.
Move to accept council's recommendation on number 10 and number 11.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Thank you, Mr. Diaz. The motion is to accept council's recommendation and monitor the situation. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 12.
Commissioner Grease, I want to go back to the previous one, number
Sure.
9. We did confirm that the respondent was the owner.
Okay. Back to number 9 for a second. The respondent is the owner. His testimony, or somebody's testimony, was the person he bought the house from was the one who did the repairs.
Correct.
Or did not do the repair.
I'm sorry, didn't do the repairs. They owned the home, and they had someone come and do repairs.
The listing agent is the
The
owner.
listing agent is the owner.
All right, Commissioner, what's your pleasure?
I make a motion that we give a $750 penalty and 4-hour class in what, Bobby?
I would do contracts again.
The contracts to be done within 180 days and not separate and above from what's required by TREC already.
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor, offered by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, if passed, would offer this licensee a $750 civil penalty, as well as requirement to take a 4-hour class on contracts to be completed within 180 days and not to be counted toward any other previously required TREC education. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes on a 6-aye, 1 no vote. All right, 12.
All right. 2019-066271. Complainant is a real estate licensee. Respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant alleges that respondent sent authenticated documents to their personal email addresses to obtain the seller's signature. Complainant states that when respondent was confronted, they denied it. Respondent filed a response stating that the documents were electronically signed by them based on verbal approval of the clients. Respondent states that they do not have any supporting information on the approval as it was entirely verbal, and their clients are not willing to confirm the approval. Respondent states that they understand that it is not an acceptable means of transaction documentation. Respondent states that they cannot prove that their clients gave them permission and will accept punishment that the commission sees fit. Respondent states that they waived all commission on the transaction and gave up time and other business to help with this transaction to get it done in the best interest of the sellers. Respondent states that they understand that they made a mistake by not giving documentation. My recommendation was, well, before I say that, I had a question about the authentic sign. I'm not a real estate agent, so this is where y'all come in to help me understand. So what exactly, is this just an electronic means of a signature? And
Yes.
you're supposed to allow your client to do, okay, I'm just making sure I'm on the same page. All right, so my recommendation was a $500 civil penalty for violation of TCA 6213 312B20 and 4 hours of CEN contracts.
So I understand this. Did somebody set up a bogus, a couple of email addresses to sign on behalf of somebody?
No, I don't think there were any. I don't know exactly. That's not what the complaint said. It just said
The
that.
authenticon goes to a
Okay, see, I just
email.
don't understand
Yeah.
how it works, so
It
I
goes to
wasn't
an
sure on
email.
that part. It just sounds like they signed without permission, and their
And
clients are
we
not.
call it forgery, don't
It
we?
does sound like forgery to me. So,
They wouldn't verify that they gave permission, but did they say we didn't give permission? Because they went on through with the closing.
well,
So
they
if I didn't sign something and I wanted forgery, or I'm saying that you signed without my permission, I'm not going to say, oh, but I'm still going to close it. Sounds to me like they got a commission-free deal on it.
They didn't make the complaint, so they didn't want to be involved. So I don't know anything about the clients.
They
So.
didn't make the.
So who made the complaint? A real estate firm?
Another licensee.
Wonder how they knew.
Maybe they were involved in the transaction somehow. I don't know.
They represented the seller.
This is almost like the seller is the one that, they gave up the commissions for the seller, it sounded like. Best interest of the sellers. I don't know. Sounds like they got a free deal. They didn't go after them mad and saying you signed and I told you
Not that
not
I'm
to sign.
aware of. I
Oh, but it saved them 3%.
Or 6.
Or
7,
6. Or 10.
Yeah. But regardless of any of that, it sounds like forgery.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the respondent basically admits to this, even though,
Yeah.
they're saying that they had this
No doubt about
approval.
it.
But it doesn't matter if you have verbal approvals about what you can show, and they can't show that they had that. And either way, that wasn't proper protocol, so it still warrants a penalty and or discipline, whatever.
How much penalty, y'all?
I'll help you with it.
Oh,
Hey,
Bob.
I think it's a big deal.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a big
I think
deal.
it's a $1,000 civil penalty for doing this, plus a 4 hours contracts class they don't get credit for.
Second?
All right, that motion is properly on the floor. $1,000 civil penalty and a 4-hour contracts course. And just from my point of view, that's being pretty generous on you guys' part. I mean, because it really is a big deal. I mean,
Yes, it is.
But we can only give a civil penalty of $1,000
Per occurrence.
per
And
occurrence.
we only know of one occurrence, so.
Right. That's all that's before us
It
today.
sounded like 2 signatures, didn't it? I mean, is it 2 sellers?
well,
We don't know. There's 2 sellers.
She would know.
I
You
don't
would know. Are
have
there
that.
2 sellers?
I don't see where there are 2 sellers.
You
No,
have a
2
contract?
buyers. 2 buyers. No, it would be sellers.
Well, wasn't it the sellers
Yeah,
that
it's the
forced
sellers.
for?
No, I don't see anything that says it was 2 sellers.
You have the contract in front of you?
Or 2 forgeries.
Let's see.
Is it a TR form?
Oh, I'm on the wrong, sorry. I'm on the wrong complainant.
Tea and donuts again, I think.
I got the donuts.
Let's see. Oh, this, okay. It is on a TR form. And what was the other question?
Was there only one seller
Okay, let's see.
at the very bottom of that?
Oh, there are 2 sellers.
All right, so that's
Sorry.
2 occurrences. Two.
Well, were both signatures forged?
Do they look the same, like from Athenasign?
They look both like Authenticine. It would just be like a printed signature, right?
They wouldn't have just done one.
It's 2 on here.
Right, so that's
Change
2
my motion?
occurrences. Yeah.
So it's $1,000 per occurrence, total of $2,000 for signing for these sellers like this, forging their names on the contract.
is that okay with you, Ms. Franks?
I mean, the thing we're doing nice today, the mercy we're giving them and the grace we're giving them is we're not contacting the DA.
Or suspending their license?
Or
for-
suspending or revocating their
Exactly.
license.
I sense we ought to vote on this before somebody's changed his mind. The motion is a $2,000 civil penalty, 4 hours contract course with the standard or typical requirements. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes on a 6 aye, 1 no vote. Mr. Diaz votes no. Number 13.
I'll vote no, too.
And so does Mr. Bagley, as a
Okay,
matter of
5 to
fact.
2.
5 to 2. Number 13.
At 2019-066641, complainant is an out-of-state resident. Respondent is an unlicensed timeshare resort. Complainant alleges that respondent has received $2,650 from them, but respondent has not provided any of the services they promised. Complainant states they sent them a certified letter stating that they wanted to cancel their contract, but respondent refused to cancel the contract and reimburse them. Complainant states that their certified letter of cancellation arrived in their mailbox at noon on May 15, 2019, within the 21-day cancellation period. Complainant states that to date, they have not received any documents that were promised in the contract. Complainant states that they have called respondent numerous times to no avail. A copy of the complainant's complaint was sent to respondent. Respondent failed to provide a response. Recommendation of a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity.
Now, these are the ones that make us mad,
Mm-hmm.
because that's really all we can do is unlicensed activity and $1,000. Because you know it's another state where they reside. All right, then I'm going to make a motion that we accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Frank, second by Mr. Diaz, the council's recommendation be adopted, and the respondent be offered a $1,000 civil penalty. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 14.
P19-068211, complainant is a Tennessee resident, respondent is a real estate licensee. Complainant alleges that respondent offered to sell their home for $85,000 to complainant, but stated that the transaction would not go through the real estate firm, but through a company owned by respondent's spouse. Respondent stated that they had several investors, and whoever got the money to them first would get the house. Complainant alleges that respondent required a cashier's check the same day and the closing to occur within a few days. Complainant states that respondent delayed the closing. Complainant discovered that the house was listed for out-of-state individuals who thought the respondent had listed the house through a licensed real estate firm for over $200,000. Complainant states that after 2 months of delays, they hired an attorney and respondent promised to return their money. Complainant alleges that the actual homeowners could not believe what occurred. Complainant alleges that they have since discovered that respondent has scammed multiple people out of thousands of dollars, and the FBI is investigating respondent. Complainant states that respondent never gave them their money back. Complainant alleges that respondent forged their name on an invalid contract to make the homeowners believe that their home was bought for the asking price. Complainant states that respondent has been let go by their principal broker. Respondent has yet to file a response. The letters sent to respondent have come back as return to sender or unclaimed. Counsel was able to reach the respondent's principal broker. Respondent's principal broker corroborates the complainant's allegations. The principal broker states that respondent had been defrauding individuals by having them believe that respondent was listing their home through respondent's firm, but in reality, respondent was not listing the home and was actually selling them through a different company that belonged to their spouse. The principal broker was unaware that complainant was defrauding individuals since respondent was not listing the properties through the firm. When the principal broker discovered the circumstances, they discharged the respondent and attempted to help any individuals who may have been harmed. The principal broker states that several other civil lawsuits have arisen as a result of the respondent's fraudulent behavior. Criminal charges have also been brought against the respondent, and a federal investigation is being conducted. The principal broker stated that respondent pled guilty to the criminal charges. Before I make the recommendation, I do want to make a couple of statements about it. I don't have any documents showing that she pled guilty, and I don't have any of the federal investigation documents. So that's one thing. I do have some things that I found on the internet about this person, but the other thing that gives me pause about complete revocation is that all of the complaints or copies of complaints we sent came back returned to sender, and I haven't been able to reach this respondent. So we could go for revocation well within the commission's rights, but it might be better if we go for a suspension just based on the fact that we haven't been able to get in touch with this respondent and get their side of it.
I move to revocate this person's license.
I'll second.
Thank you for your thoughts on that, Kristen. Didn't help too much. But the motion is made by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that this license be revoked. Discussion. Remember, it doesn't happen automatically. He or she has to agree to it, assuming it's ever presented to them, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This revocation is only an offer at this point.
Right.
Okay, so when the broker, I guess it's mentioned in here, they release the person, did that licensee then meet up with another broker?
No.
Or
This person, as far as I know, is still living in the same place where they were before,
Okay.
and it's just facing a lot of criminal and civil issues, and is not still involved in the real estate business. But that's all that I know about the respondent.
And they expired in November.
Yes, I just noticed, but when I was doing this complaint, obviously it hadn't expired yet.
Okay, so just quickly, they've expired. They could pay a penalty and get them out, even though we're offering a revocation at this point.
Well,
Until they accept our...
They'd have to report the theft of money.
Yes, they would. They would. And according to the principal broker, they pled guilty anyway, so they would have to come back before the commission.
All right. Thank you. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Now we're on this third pack that I was excited to receive.
Is that
With all
sarcasm?
humility.
Is that sarcasm, Mr. Chairman?
Short of sharp
Can you make a
sarcasm.
new consent agenda?
Yeah, we can. Ms. Bridges, I hope what you will do is read into the record the numbers of those cases that all have the same recommendation.
Yes, I would love to.
Thank you.
Number 1 is 2019-063761. Number 2 is 2019-065381. Number 3 is 2019-063771. Number 4 is 2019-064231. Number 5 is 2019-063981. 6 is 2019-064221. 7 is 2019-065011. And number 8 is 2019-065651. My recommendation on all of those complaints is dismissal.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second by Mr. Bagley. Now, Commissioners, does anyone want to pull one of those 8 cases out?
No, sir.
I don't hear that. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Bridges. Now, number 9.
All right, number 9 is 2019-058781. Complainant was a buyer and respondent was their agent. Note that at the time of the complaint, respondent was an affiliate, but they have since become a principal broker. Complainant alleges respondent failed to disclose that their firm was representing both the buyer and seller in the transaction and failed to represent complainant's best interests. Complainant states they were referred to respondent in September 2017. Complainant lived out of state at the time and was looking for a property they could lease for 1 year. Respondent began sending them listings to review. On May 7th, 2018, complainant found a listing on Zillow and asked respondent to visit the property as they were still living out of state. Respondent viewed the property and met with the property owner, who is the respondent below, and who is also a real estate licensee and was acting as a principal broker at the time. Complainant filled out a rental application, but the following morning, respondent notified them that the property owner decided to sell instead of rent. Complainant states that respondent encouraged them to place an offer below market value because the owner was highly motivated and needed to sell quickly. They state they were hesitant because they only planned on staying for a year, but respondent told them the home was worth more than the listing price and suggested it would be easy to sell later on. The parties entered into a purchase and sale agreement on May 12th. Complainant alleges that at some point after meeting with the property seller on May 12th and closing on the transaction on June 11th, respondent transferred the license to the property seller's firm. Complainant states that respondent informed them about the transfer only a few days before closing, but they could not send over any paperwork until the transfer was processed, presumably to avoid unlicensed activity. Thus, complainant states they didn't receive any written personal disclosures until the day before closing. In their answer to the complaint, respondent states that when they met with the property seller and learned they were also a licensee, they got to talking about the real estate industry. Sometime thereafter, the seller offered respondent a position with their firm. Respondent submitted a transfer form to commission staff on May 23rd, and it was approved on the 26th, 2 weeks after the PSA was bound. Also, respondent states that because the PSA's closing date was set by a counteroffer and respondent changed firms, respondent rewrote the PSA on the new firm's letterhead while keeping the original terms. The new PSA was signed on June 5th. Respondent states that complainant knew from the beginning that respondent was unhappy at their firm and that they were looking to affiliate somewhere else. Respondent states they were in constant communication with complainant and they notified them immediately when they agreed to transfer their license to the property seller's firm. Respondent states they never hid this information and they had multiple conversations about the transfer with complainant. Respondent's answer to the complaint included the purchase and sale documents, but there's no evidence to demonstrate that they disclosed their transfer to the new firm to complainant prior to the day before closing, although the seller did provide their written personal interest disclosure. Counsel notes that the rewritten PSA drafted on the new firm letterhead stated that the new firm was the selling company, but the information for the listing company was left blank. Counsel recommends the Commission authorize disciplinary action for the violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 62-13-312B20, which makes it unlawful for a licensee to engage in any conduct that constitutes improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing, as well as a violation of respondent's duty to exercise reasonable skill and care towards all parties in a transaction under 62-13-403-1. My recommendation is for a $500 civil penalty and 4 credit hours of continuing education related to contracts above and beyond what is required for the maintenance of respondent's license to be completed within 180 days of execution of the order.
So moved.
Second. All right, the motion's on the floor to accept council's recommendation. Discussion.
Which broker got the commission? The first one or the second one?
I don't know who got a commission.
It'd have to be the first one.
Well,
Rewrote the
they
contract.
rewrote the yes. That seemed really strange to me. And I had the same question of why wouldn't the buyers, at least their buyer representation agreement, stay with the former brokerage? But for whatever reason, this affiliate actually who's now a principal, they took the buyer representation agreement with them.
So there was no release from the earlier firm.
Not that I am aware of.
There should have been.
Well, I mean, they did. There was a transfer of the license.
No, but there should be a written agreement. If somebody leaves my company, that money is still, that closing money is still going to come to my company, and then I get to decide, do I still pay them or not, which I always do, go on and pay them. So there should have been, it should have been done that way, or a written release, and that's the only two ways you could do it, right?
Yeah, because
There was not a written release in the response.
That's why they rewrote the contract.
Struck me as odd, too.
the listing belongs to the broker.
Right.
And the contracts.
So the listing would have been the new firm's listing from the get-go, since it was that principal broker's house.
But not the buyers.
Right. The buyer's agreement would have been with the former firm, so it would seem.
Is there a confirmation of agency in the package anywhere?
I don't think there was a confirmation of agency, but I'll double check.
See, I'm not concerned. I don't know that's going to change my mind. I'm thinking they cheated the other broker out of money, but I don't think that's anything we can determine. So
Right.
I'm good with what we got.
So you're good with the $500 civil penalty?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Those in favor of the motion to accept council's recommendation, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Number 10.
All right, number 10 is 2019-058031. Complainant is the same property buyer from the above related complaint, and respondent is the property seller and principal broker for the listing firm. But know that since this complaint was filed, respondent has retired their license. Complainant alleges respondent failed to timely disclose the conflict of interest created by their agent's transfer to respondent's firm. Respondent states that complainant was notified up front that they were a licensee and that their firm was the listing firm for the property. Respondent provided a copy of the executed personal interest disclosure and consent form, but counsel notes it was signed by respondent on June 10th and by complainant on June 11th, the closing date. In rebuttal, complainant maintains that their agent's transfer to respondent's firm created an inherent conflict of interest, which they state was not disclosed until just before closing. In light of the fact that respondent has retired their license and is not currently active in the real estate industry, counsel recommends a letter of warning regarding TCA 6213-403, reasonable skill and care.
But they could pull it out of retirement today.
They could.
And they were licensed at the time.
They were licensed at the time.
I just don't know, is it this
broker.
agent's responsibility to notify the other side? If the notification should have been done, it should have been done by the buyer's agent.
As a principal broker of the listing firm, though, wouldn't they, I just feel like they should have known that this was going to be a problem.
They had a buyer's agent on the other side. I just don't know that the responsibility is on this side. I think the responsibility was on the other side to tell and let them know, hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to work for the seller.
But in effect, when the buyer's agent transferred to the new firm, didn't that principal broker, in effect, become the buyer's broker as well?
Yeah, but in in the situation, what does our rule say?
They moved from the first company to the second company and became the principal broker.
Well, see,
And that principal
technically,
broker is here now.
where I think it got muddied in the first situation, technically, even with this agent, when they moved to the new broker, they wrote this contract under their previous broker. And they should have still been operating under the previous broker or let that previous broker handle it. That's why I think they muddied the water when they did that new purchase and sale agreement. I think they were, and if we could find out where the commission went, I think they did that to stick it to the first broker. I mean, so I really think the responsibility is back on the first agent, not this agent. But
Not on the property seller?
yeah,
Okay.
that's thought.
That's your thought. What's your motion?
And my motion is to dismiss.
Does anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, that motion's on the floor. Now discussion. So the broker we're talking about here,
It's also the seller, isn't it?
Yes.
So it was the principal broker was the seller.
I'm
And
gonna
this
say that it
principal
was the
broker
new
got this
principal
other-
broker.
And they got the new principal broker from the other company to come over. They retired.
Right.
So I don't know why we wouldn't at least give them a letter of warning to just totally dismiss it.
I just think it was the other agent's responsibility. Tell them
Well,
if there's a conflict.
The letter of warning will stay on their record should they reactivate their license, yes?
Yes.
But it won't prevent them from reinstating their license.
I'd like to amend that motion.
make it substitute.
Substitute, excuse me. Yeah. That we give them a letter of warning.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. All right, that motion is now a motion record on the floor. If it passes, we'll have council send a letter of warning to this retired broker. If it fails, we'll go back to the original motion. All right, which was to dismiss. All right, let's vote on the substitute motion. If you're in favor of staff sending a letter of warning to this retired broker, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no.
No.
I'll take a no on that one, too. So it sounds to me like a 5 aye, 2 no vote. Chair and Mr. Wood vote no. The motion passes. Number 11.
Number 11 is 2019-059201. Complainant was a property seller and respondent was the buyer's agent. Complainant alleges respondent, quote, manipulated the appraiser and lender in order to get the buyer out of their purchase and sale agreement. The parties entered into a binding PSA on April 12th, 2019, with a 10-day inspection period and a closing scheduled for May 10th. The PSA was also made contingent upon the buyer's ability to obtain financing. An inspection was scheduled for April 17th. On April 22nd, the buyer decided to terminate the PSA based upon structural issues identified by the home inspector. According to respondent, the buyer wanted to withdraw from the contract on the evening of the 22nd, the last day of the inspection period. The buyer did not have immediate access to the internet, so respondent suggested they come over and sign the termination notice in person. The buyer signed the notice at approximately 10:30 p.m. that evening, but respondent did not send it to complainant's agent until the following morning. Respondent apologized to their client for missing the April 22nd deadline and admitted that they made a mistake in calculating the days left in the inspection period. Respondent explained to the buyer their remaining options, and the buyer decided to proceed with the transaction. Respondent states they never had any contact with the appraiser, but notes the appraiser's report concluded there were numerous physical deficiencies or adverse conditions, and concluded that the appraised value was subject to repairs. On April 25th, respondent notified the lender that the home inspection also revealed multiple structural issues and provided the lender with a copy of the report. The sellers began work on the repairs on April 30th, and there was a re-inspection on May 10th. The home inspector found that some of the repairs were completed, but there were still 2 areas that needed structural work, leading the lender to place the loan approval on hold. On May 13th, 3 days past the scheduled closing date, complainant's agent requested the buyer agree to extend the closing, but the buyer refused. Later that same day, respondent delivered to complainant's agent a notice of termination based upon the buyer's inability to obtain financing. The evidence does not support finding that respondent intentionally tried to defraud, deceive, or manipulate the buyer's lender or the home appraiser, but disciplinary action may be appropriate based upon respondent's admission that they failed to timely deliver their client's termination notice before the end of the inspection period. Because respondent admitted the mistake and has no prior disciplinary history, counsel recommends a letter of warning regarding a licensee's duty to follow all lawful instructions of a client, which is under TCA 6213-4041.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Heard the motion offered by Ms. Frank, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Is there discussion?
Can you do a class in addition to a letter of warning, or does it have to be a either or?
It would have to be an either or.
Okay.
Oh, we could do what we wanted to.
Well, if we offer them
a year to make a
a
little
penalty of continuing education, that would have to be offered in the form of a consent order. Technically, I could send a consent order and a letter of warning, but it would seem a little redundant.
I think if anybody ever needs a contracts class, these people needed a contracts class.
Well, you want to change or substitute?
Would that be a substitute?
Well, it can be unless somebody wants to withdraw their motion, but let's make it a substitute motion.
I'll make a substitute motion that we'll do a 4-hour contracts class within 180 days that they don't get CE credit for.
Second to that motion. My main second man, Jeff Diaz, also seconds that motion.
How much is the penalty?
He's going to be on the
4 hours
winning side,
contracts
one way or the
class.
other.
No,
I
monetary.
didn't put a number on it, no.
Okay, this is strictly an education requirement.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, the motion is to offer a civil penalty which is composed or made exclusively of a contracts class for 4 hours to be offered and taken within 180 days, above and beyond the requirements of other TREC required education. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those no, that motion passes unanimously. Number 12.
And number 12 is 2019-062101. Complainant is anonymous but states they are a licensee. Respondent was an affiliate broker at the time of the complaint, but they have since been released from their firm and their license has expired. Complainant alleges respondent operates an unlicensed real estate firm focused on wholesale off-market deals. According to complainant, this business was separate from their work as an affiliate broker, noting that respondent failed to disclose their status as a licensee on the unauthorized firm's website. Complainant provided a copy of an email purportedly sent by respondent, which includes phrases such as, "We love working with realtors. If you have a cash buyer for this property, we will pay your commission. And we send off-market deals and redacted and the surrounding areas." The email also includes the following disclaimer: properties will be sold via assignment or double close. Counsel further notes that one could easily infer that respondent was employed by the website company, as the email came from respondent's name at thewebsite.com. It does not appear that respondent is the operator of the website, but there are other issues. Respondent provided a letter from the website business owner who states they use respondent for listings as their exclusive buyer listings and as their exclusive buyer representative. The business owner also stated that the email included in the complaint was sent by an automated virtual assistant and that respondent is not their employee. Respondent provided copies of the agency agreements, both of which are TR forms, and used their former firm's letterhead. Both documents list the former firm as the broker and are signed by respondent. Respondent's principal broker does not appear anywhere on the forms. Counsel notes that respondent was released by their former principal broker shortly after this complaint was filed. Counsel reached out to the PB for additional information but did not hear back prior to the submission of this report. It appears more likely than not that respondent is in violation of 6213-312B11, which makes it unlawful for an affiliate broker to accept a commission from any person other than their principal broker with whom the licensee is affiliated. Respondent has no prior disciplinary history. My recommendation is for a $500 civil penalty.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Then council's recommendation is on the floor. Mr. Diaz made the motion to accept. Mr. Moffitt seconded. Now, I must have dozed off just for a second. Who's paying this licensee?
The business owner.
That's clear.
I will say, because I couldn't get in contact with the principal broker, I can't say definitively that they were accepting commissions from the business owner, but it appeared to me more likely than not that the principal broker was not involved in these transactions.
So you think the principal broker knew nothing? We don't know because they didn't respond.
I don't know.
So let's put that on the shelf for a minute, too.
I
that
do
they
think
didn't
it was
respond.
telling, though, that right after this complaint was filed and a copy is delivered to the principal broker, they were released from the firm.
It tells when they were doing something wrong.
Me too.
Okay, if there's no other discussion. Is there more discussion?
I think
Speak.
I think his question, if I could speak for the commissioner, is was the principal broker doing the business or not, wasn't it?
Well, you said somebody, it was evident at that point that somebody was doing something wrong. Are you insinuating the principal broker or the agent was?
The agent.
Agent, yeah.
Okay.
So was the agent licensed when this occurred?
Yes.
So it's not unlicensed activity?
It's not unlicensed activity. There was no disclosure on the website that it seemed to appear on the website that there weren't any brokers involved. Like, that was the impression they were trying to give off.
So you don't have to pay a realtor or a licensee, probably?
Probably not. I mean, I think they said in the email, we will pay your commission if you bring us a cash buyer, but I didn't get any agreements, operating agreements or commission agreements, so I couldn't say.
So here's the problem with this, with it just being $500. They're probably counting this $500 as a price of doing business. If they're bypassing realtors or licensees, I don't know if the who made the motion? It doesn't seem to me like the $500 is enough.
Well, Mr. Diaz made the motion, Mr. Moffitt seconded it, but you've got the floor, so you can do what you want to with it.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we give a $1,000 civil penalty.
Second.
Okay, now on the floor is a substitute motion that amends council's recommendation to a $1,000 civil penalty. We're going to vote on that.
I think the person you were talking about bypassing, I think the person they were bypassing was the broker.
The principal broker.
Because the broker was working for, and that's why the broker put him out the door. I mean, so they were doing all of this, without the principal broker's guidance. They were operating like their own business, so.
That's what it looks like.
All right.
Do you find any culpability in, so you don't see any culpability in that principal broker not replying back to you, though?
No, and I mean, I did call them just a few days before the holiday. They had a message, an automated message saying, I'll check these when I get back and I'll return calls as fast as I can. It is possible that I still might hear back from them. I'm sure they had a lot of messages waiting for them when they returned to the office.
Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. If you're in favor of a $1,000 civil penalty, please vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. 13.
All right, 13 is 2019-064401. Complainant was a buyer and respondent was their agent. Complainant alleges respondent engaged in unlicensed activity and generally failed at their representation of complainant. Complainant states respondent began showing them properties in June and negotiated a purchase and sale agreement, which they signed on July 6th. Complainant states neither respondent nor their principal broker notified them that respondent's license was inactive at the time. Complainant also alleges respondent provided inadequate representation because they tried to get complainant to sign an unfinished repair and replace amendment to the PSA. When complainant refused, they allege respondent told them the agents were working out the final terms. Complainant states they contacted respondent's principal broker to ask questions about the transaction, but they only received a response from the PB once they raised the issue of respondent's lapsed license. At that point, complainant states the principal broker took over the transaction, but as of the filing of this complaint, the contract terms remained unresolved and they are no longer able to move forward due to financing. First, respondent admits that they accidentally allowed their license to lapse, but states they were never notified by Trek staff. License records for respondent showed that they were suspended on June 29th, 2019 due to a failure to obtain errors and emissions insurance, and that multiple notices were delivered to respondent's firm prior to the suspension. Respondent's license was made active again on August 8th, 2019.
Kelsey, can you go to the last paragraph now?
Counsel does not believe the evidence demonstrates that respondent neglected to exercise reasonable skill and care or otherwise failed to represent their client in the transaction, but it is clear that respondent engaged in unlicensed activity. Counsel recommends a $1,000 civil penalty.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Mr. Diaz makes a motion to accept council's recommendation. Ms. Frank seconds that motion. Discussion.
Who's holding the earnest money?
I would have to pull up the contract, but I can tell you off the top of my head, I don't recall there being any red flags there.
Probably a title company.
I'll just go ahead and let you know, that information is going to be somewhere in one of 5 PDFs of the entire transaction file they sent over, so it might be a few minutes before we find out who was keeping the earnest money.
Okay. We can, I think, go ahead with what we're doing right here. I would love to know, to see if that's another issue that needs to be taken up with somebody else. Because who we're talking to right now is a licensee, not the principal broker. No, it's the real estate firm, isn't it? Well, it would be the broker. No, that's wrong.
Number 13?
This one is against an affiliate broker.
Okay, so the earnest money issue may be against
the PB.
A broker.
I think I've found your information. It looks like the earnest money was being held by a title company.
That's that. You got that right. Okay.
You okay with us voting?
Let's vote. I'll
Okay.
preach later.
The motion is to accept council's recommendation. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Mr. Wood? You want to preach now or later?
Later.
Okay, good. Number 14.
Number 14 is 2019-065041.
How about a quick summary?
This was a real estate auction where the opening bid was for $50,000. The winning bid was $55,000, but then the agent contacted the winner, the quote-unquote winner, and said the seller's not taking less than $125,000. There was a disclaimer that all bids are subject to seller confirmation, but not being very familiar with the auctioneer rules, something just seems funny about this, and I thought maybe the auctioneer commission should look at it.
Motion to accept.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Thank you, Mr. Begley. For a motion and a second, those in favor of accepting council's recommendation, please vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. 15.
15 is 2019-065701. Complainant is a licensee and respondent is a licensed affiliate broker who also provides short-term property management services. Complainant alleges respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity because respondent does not have a VLS firm license or a VLS designated agent license. Respondent stated they were not aware that they needed a separate license in addition to their affiliate broker license in order to provide short-term property management. Respondent states that the majority of the rentals they manage are for longer than 14 nights. Note VLS licenses are only required where the reservation is 14 nights or less. But nevertheless, they signed up for a class in September 2019 so they can begin the application process. Respondent provided an email confirming their enrollment in the class, but as of today, they do not have a VLS license. My recommendation is for a consent order directing respondent to complete the VLS application within 90 days of signing or otherwise pay a civil penalty in the amount of $500 for unlicensed VLS activity.
So they've already had their 90 days because you told them to do that in September and now it's December. So why would we give them 90 more days?
I didn't tell them to do anything in September.
Oh, they
That's just-
said they were
said-
doing it.
Yeah, and they sent me the email confirmation showing they enrolled.
They passed, did they have a pass?
I don't know. As far as I got was the enrollment. And like I said, I looked at our application records and they have not submitted one yet. But I'll also say that there's been some misinformation out there about who was required to have a VLS license.
I didn't know till I started reading all this, and I'm like, wait a minute, I got to look that up.
Mhm.
I didn't realize you had to have a separate license.
And I think
I've been
it's
doing it 33 years.
right. I think it's pretty reasonable for a licensed affiliate broker to assume that they're allowed to do short-term property management. So that's why I thought leniency was a little was appropriate in this situation.
But I also think that they've already had 90 days. I'd like to make a motion that we change. Well, let's see. I don't know. I'd like for them to have it done within 30 days, or otherwise pay a civil penalty in the amount of $500 for unlicensed VLS activity instead of 90.
That 30 days starts when they sign the consent agreement, which could be weeks. So it makes sense. I'm with you on it.
How about one day then?
No.
How fast can we get that consent out?
Quickly, very, very fast.
Well, then 30 days is enough.
Since they're already registered.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion is to accept council's recommendation. Did I get a second on that, by the
You
way?
did for me.
Jeff, thank you.
You probably just said my name.
With the exception of the 90-day window of opportunity, narrowed down to 30 days. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 16.
16, last one, 2019-065891. The commission voted to open this complaint in July 2019 based upon statements included in a response to a previous related complaint, which indicated that respondent may be engaged in unlicensed real estate activity. Respondent is a Tennessee-based limited liability company. Respondent's website states that it offers property management for single-family homes, duplexes, and other residential properties. They also appear to market available rental properties, but as of the drafting of this summary, they do not have any listings online, and their social media pages have been deleted. Additionally, a Google search will show that the company is listed as permanently closed. Council further notes that a link on the front page of Respondent's website that should direct tenants to an online portal to pay rent is broken. Respondent did not provide a response to the complaint. It appears more likely than not that respondent is no longer active. Council recommends a letter of warning in case they ever restart operations.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second. Motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Mr. Begley, that council's recommendation be adopted and this previous former licensee get a letter of...
It seems likely to me that they've all opened up another business, too. I mean,
I would
you
have
don't do something this lucrative and just walk away and nobody, you know.
I would have no way of knowing if they opened another
know.
one. The only thing I know is that included in that response, that original response, which made it seem like this company was doing unlicensed activity, they did indicate that the owner of the company has lots of different
companies.
Yeah, so I have no doubt that there's other business going on, but I don't have any reason to believe that they are actively engaged in property management.
So they're proper with this, then, okay, they get a letter of warning, but they're probably staying unlicensed because there's a great expense to getting a principal broker and all the things that go with, starting a firm, so.
I would assume they would stay unlicensed. But again, I don't have any evidence that they're currently doing anything in real estate. They could be, but I have no proof.
But you do have proof that they were doing it, right?
Yes, I have, yeah.
So wouldn't a $1,000 penalty for unlicensed activity have a little more water to it than a letter of warning?
I think it would.
Any reason not to do that?
I think it would. I just don't know if it's necessary since, the business is permanently closed.
They may have 10 businesses.
They may have 0 businesses.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we give them a civil penalty of $1,000 for unlicensed activity.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Discussion. Let's vote.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Council, with the civil penalty, does that apply to, who's this applying to? Is it applying to the firm, the individual?
It's a limited liability company.
So the LLC that's now listed as permanently closed?
Yes.
Okay, so only if that LLC were to come forward for a firm license would that $1,000 civil penalty need to be paid? Or would the individual?
No, it would still go to collections, wouldn't it?
So what would happen is we'd send a consent order that would likely be ignored, and then a while from now, we would do a hearing in front of an administrative law judge. Assuming they didn't show up to defend themselves, there would be a default judgment. Then we would send out the judgment. They probably would ignore that. And then, seriously, maybe 2 years from now, we could refer them to collections.
I don't care.
It's an LLC that's...
I know, I don't care.
But only that LLC?
Only that LLC.
So if they're doing
Do you
business...
have a person's name?
I have an agent contact information for the LLC, like their registered agent.
All right. So the registered agent could be their accountant, though.
Exactly.
Or attorney.
Mm-hmm. It could be anyone.
So let me ask you a question. Go through the process you just explained in a 2-year time period. How much would that cost us to get? I mean, we're going to be going backwards, or we're going to be going forwards for that $1,000?
I don't know. I actually don't know how the billing works. I don't know if the commission, how much the commission would be paying. I do know that anytime we go to a hearing, if there's going to be a default, we'll ask that the costs of the investigation and prosecution be assessed against the losing party. So ideally, those costs would be placed on them. But I would need to know more about billing in order to
And
fully
we're the
answer your
ones that would
question.
make that decision.
Well, they're
They're unlicensed, so it would be.
Yeah, unlicensed cases just go before ALJs
Without
alone.
us, okay.
Mhm.
There would be, I don't know that we can actually put a number on it, but we would be paying for the cost of the research that gets done in the preparation for a potential hearing.
It's one of these things we're either consistent about it or we're not.
On the licensed people, I understand the penalties, but on the unlicensed people, it's harder to collect. I was just asking the question.
We have for 6 years on unlicensed people, charged them $1,000 because that's all we could. That's the biggest thing we could do against them. Sometimes we've referred them to the DA if it's really, really bad. But let's just vote. We'll see where we
Okay,
are.
so $1,000 is the motion right now, civil penalty of $1,000. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no.
No.
Let's roll call it, what the heck? Let's go from left to right. Yeah.
Oh, you want to go from left to right?
Yeah, that way we
Our
don't
left
find
is
it.
different, though.
Yeah. As you face us.
Okay, here we go, left to right. Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Yes.
Commissioner John Moffett.
Yes.
Commissioner Marcia Franks.
Yes.
Chairman John Grease. Commissioner Stacy Torbett. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
No.
Commissioner Joe Begley.
No.
Okay, the noes have it.
We're on the losing side,
That
guys.
motion failed on a 4-3 vote. Now we're back to the original motion, which was to accept council's recommendation and send a letter of warning. Further discussion? I hear none. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
That motion passes on a 6-aye, 1 no vote. Ms. Franks votes no. All right, that concludes the legal report, correct? You don't have any other little surprises for us?
Nope,
anything like-
nope,
Denard?
not this time.
Denard slid in there. I thought he was going to tell us something.
He is. Go to the microphone, Denard.
Okay. I think we're done with the meeting for.
No. Well, I want you to stay around, but make your announcement anyhow.
Okay. Well, I'd already spoken with Chairman Grease, but today will be my last meeting with the commission.
Oh,
I am.
say it ain't so.
I accepted a position at a different agency, and so my last day with the department would actually be on the 13th. So I wanted to make sure to be
Bless your
here,
heart.
see everybody, and say thank you so much for the last 2 years of being your lawyer. And I know that you're going to be in great hands. If anybody has any questions, anybody needs to reach out, I'm always available.
Does it make any difference? He's going to go to work for TDEC, and this is like the most despised state agency.
Are you trying to turn him around, John?
Yeah, I like it. Try to hope you change your mind on that. Oh, you have to say that now, but people still don't like you.
And they have great taste, and employees and attorneys especially. So.
All right. We wish you the best of luck. Okay. It's been
Yeah, you've done
Thank you so
a great
much.
job. We
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Who was going to be taking your place at this time or no?
Not yet. So the official announcement was made on Monday that I would be leaving the department, and so they are in the process now, and so they've got a lot of interest. A lot of good people are interested, and so keep you posted.
All right.
Okay, so you just have a seat for a minute, or keep standing there, I don't care, but our next item is to talk about the rule changes that were proposed or discussed last month, and I've been advised on a technicality that we can't vote to send them forward or to turn them down today.
Yes, and so that was part of it is because of the short turnaround of this meeting, because we just had a meeting basically, and we had this meeting in the first week of December, where normally we have a little bit more time. So things got a little bit hinky, things got a little bit off track. So we did not post an agenda for this month. Now the Open Meetings Act does not require us to post an agenda, but based on our consultations, our reading of the law, since these could be controversial, we feel that it would be a better practice to go ahead and post an agenda and let everybody who wants to weigh in at the January meeting. So that was where that advice came from. But like I said, we can move forward with the meeting. We had a quorum and we provided notice well in advance of the meeting, but because of this particular agenda item, we wanted to make sure that anybody who wanted to participate in the conversation would know that. And so since no agenda was posted, we think it would be a better practice to wait till next meeting.
That doesn't keep us from discussing it today. You just don't advise a vote.
Right. I advise no. If you wanted to talk about it now, you could do that. But my advice would be not to make any decisions today, because there's a lot of people who would probably want to be heard and won't be able to because they didn't know it was coming.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Commission, what's your pleasure?
I think I'd rather defer the conversation until January.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right. Any objection to pushing this off to next month? That was the next item on our agenda that Marcia brought up about rule changes, so we'll have that in January. Next up, signs in offices. Marcia, you mentioned something.
Okay.
On offices.
So, I stay mostly in Williamson County, except when I come down here to trek. But I will say that we have several offices, and most of them are big franchise offices. A lot of them are in their own buildings. And I'll just use me as for instance. The name of my company is Franklin Realtors. We have some companies who are not putting, they're not putting their whole name, or they're not putting their phone numbers on. I think we discussed a month or so ago that they don't have to put their phone number on. Is that correct, or do they?
On the building sign.
On the building sign.
No, not on a building sign.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So then so I'm talking about a sign on a building. What if it's a house, a historical house, and I've got a sign out in front of it? Do I need any phone number on that sign out in the yard?
No. So the advertising rules is for someone promoting either a licensee or the sale of real property. So
Okay.
signing indicating who you are, or that doesn't fall under the rules.
Okay. I wanted to be sure about that.
Were you talking about your firm?
No, not my firm.
Just checking. Okay, and finally on your list was the Bill Toon Award.
Yes. In the last month, we've lost two great commissioners.
Don't say lost. Don't say lost.
Well, they're lost to me.
I know, but they're not lost, okay?
Well, two have resigned.
Thank you.
And one for medical reasons and one for a job opportunity. Fontaine Taylor and Rick, both from West Tennessee. And this Bill Toon Award we give out to people it's an education award. So we give it out to people who've done a lot for education. We look at it as this commission does a lot for education. So if you're on this commission, you've done a lot for education. Some of us do more than others, or some of them do more than me. But since they have both retired, I'll say, I'd like to honor both Fontaine and Rick with a Bill Toon Award. And we have to put it out there and make a nomination, and we have to vote on it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm going to say Mr. Diaz got in there as a second. Discussion.
The only thing to discuss is I don't think Fontaine is not planning on being at the TR meeting in February, where we were going to give the award to Austin and Diane, and Rick won't be either. So it may be something that we need to do next May when we go to West Tennessee.
Perhaps, or we did. Gary's got his in front of Memphis Association.
When is that coming up?
Oh, he already has it.
Oh, okay.
It was well received because
Okay.
it was with it in front of his peers.
Okay.
So we'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Today the question is, do these guys qualify to receive the Bill Toon Award? And I would like to speak in favor of the motion. Anybody that sits up here, like some of you guys today, they've already qualified as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously.
Motion adjourned.
Wait, 1 second.
No.
Caitlin, do you have anything else?
Marcia had a question earlier about that medical waiver that was approved last month, and that person has already paid and renewed.
Okay. I had down, from somewhere, legal update, fresh start, remove 2-year requirement. Where did I get that from?
Last
month? Okay, and so the only felonies now have been A, B, and C felonies?
That would require you to come before the
Yeah.
commission.
Are there other felonies other than A, B, and C?
D and E.
Okay. And I found out who John Spear was, too. That was in the minutes from last month.
Also, to update, vacation lodging services are required to have errors and omissions insurance.
Thank you.
But not principal brokers.
They
Yeah.
they have designated agents.
Oh, yes. I thought you were asking, yes, they have to have P&O. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Anna, what else do you have?
Nothing?
Thank you. Denard, anything else?
Nope. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
You can say
Merry Christmas in this
It's
room.
all right. All right. Kelsey, anything?
That's right.
Nope.
You and Kristen, she left. I don't blame her.
She had
But,
all the fun she could stay in.
but you both did a great job. We appreciate your patience with us. I've always had a question. I wondered quietly what your desk looks like. Yeah, is it just covered with folders of all these different cases you're doing? Or?
So
It's all in her computer.
this has been a big controversy. About a year ago,
It's not really that controversial.
it is to me. They renovated almost the whole office, and now we have an open, a modern open workspace, and we don't have permanent desks. We sit where we can.
Very
So
Google
that's
of
what
it.
it looks like.
In the cafeteria.
But no ping pong tables or anything cool.
Oh, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's just noisy.
Looks like Starbucks up there, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
But if you put all your casework on one desk, that becomes your desk.
Well,
That's true.
Because
but
nobody else wants your
I do
casework.
still have to work with the other attorneys, so it only seems fair to leave the space clean for them as well.
Okay. Bobby, anything to say on the way out?
Well, yeah, I mean, and this was kind of having to do with the rules. We had it today, we've had it before, where there's been issues over earnest money, and it's because a lot of brokers are choosing not to hold the earnest money, and they're having other title companies and stuff to hold it. The problem is in our contracts that most of us are using, there's no real way to deal with the distribution of that earnest money. And, you know, our rules that we have a 21-day rule, but that only comes for licensees. And so like in today's case, the money was being held by a title company, and there's not a thing we can do the way we currently are to help them. And the problem is title companies are saying this too. I mean, they don't necessarily want to hold the money either, but they're doing it because brokers don't want it. And what had been told to me that they felt that if we did away with Rule 1260 02.09, that if we did away with that, and it's number 6, it says this: where a contract authorizes an individual or entity other than the principal broker to hold the trust money, the principal broker will be relieved of responsibility for the trust money upon receipt of the trust money by the specified escrow agent. And they think that this right here is a problem, is why we can't help title companies move this thing along, that if brokers were still responsible, even if they didn't hold the money, if they were still responsible for making sure the contract was carried through, it would help our situation. I'm not real big in dropping bombs and saying let's vote. I just want to say I'd like to talk about it next month, and for us just kind of take that back and think about it.
And also along with that, with virtual companies, the principal broker can sign a waiver of them issuing the commission checks. And so that, for that reason, nobody has to ever go to an office. They just get that to their handpicked closing company. And so there's not a lot of reasons to see your broker anymore
Well,
when you have
and
that.
I'm not, and I think that's a different issue. It's
But
an
it goes
issue.
along with it.
But the problem is, I think when it comes to a problem with the earnest money, both the buyers and sellers look to us as practitioners to handle it. But the way that contracts are being written now, we can't help them. And the title companies have said to me, if we had a form where we made all the buyers and sellers sign saying, if you have a problem with this, we can't do nothing, it's up to the title company, but that's not happening. So I just want us to think about it, maybe talk about it next month.
All right, thank you, Bobby. John, you got any words of wisdom?
No.
That's perfect, thank you. Joseph? Jeff? Stacy? Marcia?
Well, I'm glad to meet our new guys here, and I just want to tell you that we always disagree every meeting, but we always leave here as friends, and so we respect each other when people have different opinions than our own, so.
I thought you were going to say we respect people when they make stupid.
Except for John. But we're glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Yeah. So finally, Caitlin, back to that newsletter. I didn't compliment you on the composition of it. It's a good-looking newsletter. And I didn't realize so many people had agreed to pay fines because their agents didn't get their E&O in place in time. That was pretty much the list of disciplinary action.
Yes, there really is not much. They don't have much choice once they get outside of a certain window. So within 30 days of the suspension, they have options, but after that, it's pretty clear.
And to follow up that, if you could send a link to that newsletter to all of us, just so we've got it, that'd be helpful. I hope your baby has her first great Christmas.
Well, I'm kind of a Grinch. I don't know if she gets any presents. She's too slow. She does.
I hope her parents have a great Christmas then.
Hey, it's left up to the grandmothers at this point.
I can guarantee that.
All right, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Christmas,
Be safe
everyone.
going home.
We are adjourned.
Yep. No